we're going to do some things like going on Twitter, on YouTube. It's going to be also live on Twitter and YouTube. So you can comment, you can ask questions, so that many people can be able to see it. And before that, let me begin by recognizing in amidst us, we are going to be having very many people who are honorable people, serious people, and therefore this conference is a serious conference. It is not a waste of time. In our presence, we have Honorable members in Mune, the youth member of parliament for Western Uganda. Maybe you can just wave to us. That's our honorable. We're going to be introducing them as they come. So we're going to have, as you saw the flyer, we have very many MPs who are going to be here. So it's a serious conference. And therefore, being a serious conference, it's also an opportunity for you to be able to rub shoulder with big people in this country. Isn't it? And then let me also take this opportunity to recognize my senior, and that is Dr. Chimera. Just to show by show of hands, that's Dr. Chimera James, is the consultant for Pan-African Club. He's a very knowledgeable man. I won't introduce him with this. There's someone who will be able to introduce him. And then we also have in amidst us, Mr. Stephen Mugume, the Executive Director for Action Coalition on Climate Change. So we're going to do self-introduction. Just few, because of time, just self-introduction, just say your name, where you're coming from, maybe your title, and also be strategic. If there's something that you want which is important that someone should be able to know, or we should be able to know, then make it stand out. I think I'm going to begin from this side. I'm going to begin from you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, young people. My name is Robert Asimwe. I work with Vertunga Healthy, WHH. It's a German international development corporation, and I support the policy advocacy component, and to be specific, in the natural resources management, water sanitation, and hygiene. Happy to be here. Thank you.
My name is Adolfinella. I'm coming from Kawempe Youth Info.
Good morning, everyone. Nakagwe Sasha as an influencer, Kawempe Division.
Let's clap for as someone recognized, talks about themselves, you clap for them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natavi Margaret, and I'm a youth influencer, Kawempe Division.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Zemano. I'm a listener from South District.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Omulangira Kalema. I'm a journalist, I'm a Pan-Africanist, and a environmentalist.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them. It's still early for us to be lazy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Masi Nabachwa. I'm a member of Pan-African Club, project manager with Come Africa, and also Come Africa's administrator. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kato Gideon, and I'm from Kawempe North. I'm a youth leader on a zonal level.
Protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, by names of Kato Benedicto, a sociologist from Kitchener Water and Transportation is a German organization.
Morning, everybody. My name is Setu Amanshul. I'm a journalist by profession from the National Media Group. To be specific, that's the Monitor.
Good morning, everyone. Karen Jerukaiya is my name, youth leader from Kampala Central. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chirawa Berinda from Kampe Division.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charity Kasivante from Ntinda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Semakade Micho from Kawempe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nakazi Dera from Kanyanya Chianja Village, Youth Representative.
Let's be loud enough. I don't know if you've heard that properly.
Good morning, everyone. Nasali Esther is my name from Kawempe Division.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hainsa Harriet, a teacher by profession, secondary level, and I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sache Anne is my name, economist by profession. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nanka Rabiti Juma, a youth leader in Kawempe Division and a mobilizer Pan-African Club.
Good morning to us all. Sechinga Muzaffar is my name. I'm a youth leader in Kawempe Division, a member of the Pan-African Club. I work with Abana Chumra, Material University. I'm so humbled to be here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jagoka Arnold, a youth chairperson, Makere 3.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naukera Jamila from Kawempe Division by F3.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nagawa Lydia, Head of Youth Programs, Pan-African Club.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Sevagala Tony, a youth leader and a representative from Kawempe Division. I'm so delighted to share a platform with you. Thank you.
Good morning, young people mainly in this room. Yes, as a teacher, you love young people. I'm Magume Stephen. I serve as Executive Director of Action Coalition on Climate Change. And above all, I'm a teacher by full-scale training and practice, though retired. I'm an environmentalist. So anything to do with the environment in all aspects, I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. Nasimba Postrolaba Amanians, a leader from Kanyanya Parish here in Kawempe Division.
I salute you all. My names are very funny. I'm Sechipi as well as a tall man, Richard Make. I end up with the Lubina, meaning somebody is out to big buttocks, but those are my names. I'm the chairperson Tianja Village, as well as a member of Pan-African Club, and a member on Kappa, Kampala Anti-Pollution Association. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bisikwa Daffin from Kawempe Division.
A lovely morning to you all. My name is Namboze Haula, Female Youth Councillor, Kawempe Division. Happy to be here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My name is Mbabo Shafik Mayengo, Male Youth Councillor, Kawempe Division.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Glory be to God for the other religion. My name is Sharon Kamigisha, former Woman Councillor of Wandegea and a youth activist.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Isaac Seruf is my name, Youth Chairperson, Kawempe Division.
Good morning, everyone. By names of Nakayonga Rahma from Kawempe Division.
Good morning. My name is Nasif M. Abdallah the Great. I work for CIVAC Uganda. It's a youth-led organization, but also serve as a youth councillor, Kampala District. So I'm also a climate change advocate. So I'm very happy to be here. I've had experts. We are also planning to review the Kampala Climate Change Action Strategy. Hope you will join us on the 11th. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Helen Tomurunzi. I'm the Executive Director, Eco Justice Warriors, and I'm glad to be here today. Good morning, everyone. My good name is Babas Alain, and I'm the Female Affairs of Soro District, also a member of the Pan-African Youth Parliament.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tushawe Sandra. I'm the Executive Director of Haven International Relief Foundation. I am also a youth leader and the Secretary of Female Affairs of Gulu City. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Benedict Anguyo is my name. I'm the accountant for Pan-African.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nomiga Swabra from Oman Council of Wasafiri Parish, and I'm a member of Pan-African Club. Thank you.
Good morning to us all protocols observed. A very good morning to you all. My name is Nabatans Misa, professionally a social worker, counselor, mental health coach. Plus, more, I'm happy seeing you, and I'm a member of the Pan-African Club. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bridget Nowawe, Assistant Program Manager, CAM Africa. I'm also a member of Pan-African Club. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Chove Joanita from Kawempe Division.
Good morning. I'm Nachimera Dana from Kawempe Division.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kasrajan Martha. I am from Kawempe Division, currently working with Eco Tours and Travel. Thank you.
Good morning, everywhere. My name is Valeri Saswal. I'm from Kawempe Division.
Morning, everyone. My name is Wanyana Esther from Kawempe Division.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kama Francis from Kawempe Division.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raga David from Kawempe Division.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Uwe Godfrey. I came from Kawempe Division.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jen Francisca Brain, working with Green Media, and I'm a youth advocate from Kawempe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cody Pass from Central Media, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Achim Monica Angel, media personnel.
Thank you so much for the introduction. As we're introducing ourselves, please, I would like to recognize the presence of our mayor, the town clerk. Please let us recognize the presence of our town clerk. He will introduce himself at a given time. And before we go further, first of all, let me first thank all of you for keeping it time. Because if a meeting starts late, you find that most of the things are rushed. Thanks so much for keeping time. I would also want to welcome our, I would say, the executive director of Pan-African Club, though she introduced herself as head of programs. So let us welcome the executive director of Pan-African Club. She's called Lydia, and she will tell us, or welcome us officially in this place.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to welcome you to this very place. This is the day that the Lord has made. May you all feel at peace. I'm going to welcome you officially to this youth conference that has been organized by Pan-African Club. Thank you for keeping time, first of all, and thank you for sparing your ample time to be here with us. May you clap for yourselves for that. Thank you. I'll first recognize the honorable members of parliament, representatives of government institutions, leaders of Kawempe division, representatives from various academia, civil society organizations that we've had that are with us here, distinguished guests, fellow young people, the youth like me, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you all. A very good morning to you all. And before you, as you've heard before, my name is Nagawa Lydia, and I'm welcoming you on behalf of the Pan-African Club. Thank you for coming to the World Environment Day Youth Conference 2026. This seems like a coincidence, but it's the right timing. Today, it is the World Environment Day. Today, we gather under the theme, Advancing Youth-Led Policy Engagement, Legal Empowerment for Climate Justice. So that is what we are going to be following the whole of today. And I urge all of us here to keep noting everything that is going to be said. These increasingly affected by environment challenges, yet they remain underrepresented in many decisions that shape environmental governance and climate action. For many young people in Kawempe division, where most of us reside, climate justice is not just an abstract concept. It is reflected in the pollution of our environment, the degradation of ecosystems that support livelihoods, poor waste management, and the public health risks associated with environmental neglect. Communities in Bwaise, Makerere, Kazo, Chevando, and other parts of Kawempe continue to experience the challenges that require both immediate attention and long-term policy solutions. As we young people, we have a responsibility to not only raise concerns, but to also engage constructively in finding solutions. So therefore, this conference has been organized to create a platform for dialogue. We are going to exchange ideas, we are going to learn, and at the end of the day, we are going to raise collective action. It is an opportunity for youth to interact directly with policymakers. In this room, I assure you, we have policymakers, we have legal experts and environmental practitioners and our community leaders. So one of the key messages of this conference is that environmental protection is not only a moral responsibility. We as the youth, we should know that it is our legal right. As we all know from Article 39 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, it gives every citizen the right to a clean and healthy environment. However, rights become meaningful only when understand them and know how to use the available legal and policy mechanisms to protect them. Over the course of today's discussion, we hope to deepen our understanding of environmental rights, explore pathways for citizen participation in policy processes, and identify practical actions that young people can take to promote accountability and climate justice within their communities. We are particularly grateful to the leaders, experts, and institutions represented here today. Your presence demonstrates a shared commitment to listening, learning, and working together. Sustainable solutions emerge when communities, government institutions, civil society, and young people engage in meaningful dialogue and mutual cooperation. To you, my young people, the fellow youth who are here, I encourage you to participate actively throughout today's sessions. You're free to ask questions, you're free to share your experiences from where you come from, and you also offer ideas to the rest of us who may not be coming from within. The voices and perspectives you bring to this conference are essential in shaping effective responses to the environmental challenges facing our communities. So, as we commemorate World Environment Day today, let us remember that climate justice is not merely about protecting the environment, it is about protecting people's health, dignity, livelihoods, and future generations. It is about ensuring that every child and every family can enjoy the right to live in a clean, safe, and healthy environment. So, on behalf of Pan-African Club, I once again welcome you and thank you for being part of this important conversation. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I wish you the very best of today.
Those hand claps are not enough. Thank you so much, Miss Lydia. At this junction, I'm also going to invite the town clerk, Kawempe, Mr. Geoffrey Wakabale. I don't know that I pronounced it very well. Please let us clap our hands as we invite the town clerk.
Thank you so much. I was up. Region. I see former honorable councillors from Kawempe Division, the organizers of this workshop, all the youth leaders, protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Geoffrey Rwakabale, Town Clerk, Kawempe Division. I'm thrilled to be here this morning, and I want to thank you for the kind invitation. We have been having conversations with the leadership of the Pan-African Club, and we have been sharing ideas of how they can implement their ideas. It is my distinguished honor and privilege to welcome you all to Kawempe Division for this timely and critical youth conference on climate justice and environmental governance. I extend a very special welcome to our vibrant young people who are at the forefront of this gathering. Your presence here today demonstrates the kind of civic responsibility and proactive leadership that our division and our city desperately need. Kampala and Kawempe Division specifically stands on the front line of climate crisis. We live with the daily realities of erratic weather patterns, increased flooding in the vulnerable zones like Bwaise, and the localized environmental degradation. These are not just distant global phenomena, they are immediate threats to the health, infrastructure, and livelihoods of our local communities. Climate change is fundamentally a justice issue. It disproportionately affects those who are least responsible for causing it, but who are the most vulnerable to the impacts, often our informal traders, urban poor, and the young people. Therefore, the fight for climate justice is a fight for fairness, equity, and the protection of basic human rights for all residents of Kawempe. The role of environmental governance. We cannot achieve climate justice without strong, inclusive, and transparent environmental governance. This means ensuring that local policies, whether they relate to urban planning, waste management, under Kampala Capital City Authority Weyonje initiatives, or wetland protection, are enforced efficiently, fairly, and with the active participation of the community. As the administrative arm of Kawempe Division, the technical team remains committed to enforcing environmental bylaws and supporting climate-smart initiatives. But laws and policies are only as good as citizens who demand them and the leaders who implement them. We need a collaborative approach where local authorities, civil society, and the youth work hand in hand to ensure compliance and promote sustainable development. To the youth gathered here, you represent over 70% of Uganda's population, making you not just the future, but the driving force of the present. Your energy, creativity, and digital connectivity are powerful tools that can amplify advocacy, drive grassroots cleanup efforts, and pioneer innovative green enterprises. I challenge you to use this conference to move beyond just awareness, engage with neighborhoods, hold duty bearers accountable, and more importantly, I challenge you to use this conference to move beyond just awareness, engage with the policies that affect your neighborhoods, hold duty bearers accountable, and more importantly, become active participants in the implementation of these solutions. The technical leadership of Kawempe is ready to listen to your manifestos, your action plans, and your policy recommendations. Conclusion. Let this conference be a launchpad for tangible youth-led climate actions within our division. Let us live here with a renewed commitment to protect our environment, advocate for just climate policies, and work together to build a cleaner, greener, and more resilient Kawempe division. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you so much. Was that hand clap enough? Wasn't enough. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us an opportunity to come to your office. One is that the town clerk has been so much cooperative to Pan-African Club, and every time we go to his office, he has been so welcoming, and that's why as youth, it is something which is very good for technical people to appreciate the fact that youth gather and they bring ideas or suggest solutions that can be able to improve our country and our communities. So one of the things is that when it comes to climate, when it comes to our environment, it looks like it is something which does not affect us, or we're not concerned about it until you personally you see the impact on yourself. That's when you think that you can be able to get engaged or get involved. But you find that each and every day, especially in Kawempe, we are the ones who undergo the largest impact of climate change. Because when it comes to rain season, you find that there's too much flooding. When it's also times of when the sun is too much, you find that there's too much dust. And on top of that, there's also too much pollution. And you find that it is us in Kawempe, I don't know other places, but in Kawempe here, we are the hardest hit when it comes to environment. And yet, being the largest hit, as youths, we are also not involved in it. We think it's not part of us, or we think it does not concern us. So this today, this is youth conference. We should come up with ideas. We should come up with decisions that will be able to be presented and should be able to give us a platform that can be able to see that there's a change not only in Kawempe division but also Kampala as a whole. And on top of that, we shall be able to see some great change. We're supposed to have our guest speaker who has not yet reached. I don't know. Let me first inquire from okay, because of time, we're not going to wait for him. As he comes, that's when you'll be able to give us the keynote. Let me take this opportunity to invite Robert to take us to the next session of this meeting. Please let us invite Mr. Robert. Let us clap hands and ask.
Thank you very much, the MC today, and for the previous speaker. As the town clerk was speaking, his message was really resonating, and it transitions very well to this next session, and it is a high-level expert dialogue on strengthening parliamentary action for climate justice, environmental governance, and corporate accountability in Uganda. And to be specific, and it's not by the mistake, to see the biggest percentage of participants in today's conference are from Kawempe, and we'll be drawing lessons from Kawempe from the industrial pollution and the environmental enforcement in Kawempe division. But before I delve deeper and introduce my speakers, the experts on the subject matter, join me, we clap for the Pan-African Club for organizing this. My background, I'm an environmentalist. I practiced for only 7 months. I don't know if I qualify to be an environmentalist, but that is by academic qualification. I worked with a consultancy firm for 7 months. I ran away to community development work, but returned also into policy advocacy for natural resources management, but also water sanitation and hygiene. So it's quite a diverse background, so you may choose on the way you want to address me. But also, on the special note, to clap for women who are here. Gentlemen, let us clap for women who are here. These discussions, you will be seeing it is only men who are in these discussions, but it means some work has been done. And the town clerk talked of the collaborative approach. The government has set a good environment for women, emancipation, civil society like Pan-African Club are investing into capacity building and empowerment of women in various sectors, leadership, economic empowerment, which sets a level ground for women to participate, but not only participating, meaningfully participate and take decisions in matters that affect their lives, like climate change. The impacts largely affect women. You're most welcome, and may you clap for yourselves. So I will start from the protocol that has been established, and I'll start with greetings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to chair this high-level expert dialogue on strengthening parliamentary action for climate justice, environment governance, corporate accountability in Uganda. Keywords are there, quite technical and abstract to some of us, but I believe we are going to unpack. With my panel, the experts are going to unpack such that we understand these concepts. The mayor talked about the impacts of climate change and why Kawempe shields the biggest burden. And I wanted to start with the most recent trends, and a trend that is also still taking place, the eviction of people in wetlands by NEMA. I think most of us have been following discussions around this removal of people from protected areas. And we've also seen trends where we've had rains, and not heavy rains. But what happens? Floods right away. In my head, I was thinking of Kampala traders, but when Mayor mentioned of Bwaise, I remember the years I stayed near Bwaise. I woke up, I was in a swimming pool, but not of blue water, but that water. These are the realities that when we are studying, those who are studying years ago, there were projections, but now there are realities, and they are hitting us hard. So, to some citizens who are not interested in these issues, they might appear as isolated challenges, but I want to tell you, these are often symptoms of deeper questions about how we manage our natural resources and how we balance development and environment protection, but also how institutions enforce laws designed to protect the public interest. in everything we say, public interest, and that is human. So I'm honored to represent Rotunga Healthy, which is an international development and humanitarian organization working towards a world without hunger and poverty. If you allow me, in 2 lines, I'll talk about Rotunga Healthy, and we thank Pan-African Club for identifying us to be part of this important discussion. So we work alongside government institutions, civil society, communities, and development partners to strengthen our work in resilience, improved food, nutrition, and security, sustainable management of natural resources. That is our work, and we work across the country, and our head offices are in Muyenga, and our headquarters are in Bonn, Germany. So you will see today's discussion is particularly timely from the trends I've given, but also if we are to go to the background of our aspirations as a country. Recently we transitioned from NDP3. I don't know if you know NDP3. Now we are in NDP4, but also the 10-fold economic development ambition of this country. So you will see that the major themes there around economic transformation, industrialization, and urban development are important for our country, as any other country that is on trajectory for the development. But we say this growth requires institutions, responsible environment stewardship, and accountability from all actors. I will be going to today's theme challenges that our speakers will be unpacking. Number 1, are our institutions adequately equipped and empowered to safeguard the environment while supporting sustainable development? Number 2, in the case for Kawempe, it is a business hub. Are those businesses sufficiently accountable for their environmental impacts? We'll unpack environment, human rights concept. Then also we have the parliamentary representation here. Is the parliament effectively exercising its oversight role in protecting people and the environment? And how can citizens, we, particularly the young people here and beyond, become active participants in shaping the environmental decisions that affect their future? It's my great pleasure to invite our speakers, and I will begin with the technical team. You will confirm with me if Aaron Chiza is on the call. Not yet? Okay. In no particular order, allow me to welcome Mr. Dr. Chiza Chimera Sechiwamuka. Okay. James, you're most welcome. James is an international development specialist with over 15 years of experience in child welfare, social protection systems, and development programming across Africa and at the global level. James is a director of CAP Africa and serves as a senior consultant supporting Pan-African Club on policy and strategic partnership. He will be bringing extensive expertise in governance, policy analysis, social protection, and program design for vulnerable communities. Members here physically and those online join me to welcome Dr. James Chimera Sechiwamuka to speak to us. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Yeah. My good friend, Mr. Robert Asimi, thanks very much for that introduction. And more so, the preamble started with. I feel honored and privileged to be here to speak to you. Honorable Member of Parliament, distinguished experts, leaders of Kawempe Division, the town clerk who has just left us, moderators, fellow academics, members of Pan-African Club, and most importantly, the younger people gathered here today. I'm warmly warmly grateful to you all, and I thank you for the honor of addressing this very important conference. Today is the 5th June 2026, World Environment Day. This is not merely a date on the calendar, it's a global reminder that the future of humanity depends on how we protect and govern our environment today. As the world reflects on the climate change and environmental sustainability, we gather here in Kawempe, a community many of us proudly call home, to discuss a matter that is urgent, personal, and deeply connected to our lives here. Let me begin with a simple question. How many of you have ever smelled a bad smell near a factory or drain in Kawempe? How many of you have seen black water flowing in Rubiji Channel or seen children playing near piles of industrial waste? If you have, if your hand is up, then you already understand what this conference is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, dear young people, today I want to speak very plainly to you and practically. I want every young person here in this room to live with clarity and purpose, understanding that the environment challenges around us are not accidental. They have causes, consequences, and solutions. Most importantly, those solutions require your active participation. In the next few minutes, we shall explore three major issues: climate justice, environmental governance, and industrial pollution. We shall examine why environmental justice matters now more than ever before, how these concepts relate to each other, and how young people can work with parliament and other institutions to create meaningful change. Finally, we shall discuss practical steps for overcoming pollution and strengthening environmental governance in Uganda. I kindly ask for your full attention, and at the end, I look forward to hearing your thoughts, questions, and ideas, because your voice is central to this conversation, as it has already mentioned by the previous speakers. Let me begin with key definitions, understanding these words, as the moderator clearly stated. What is climate justice? Climate justice simply means fairness in how environmental harm and climate change affect people. Across the world, the people who suffer the most from climate change and pollution are often the people who contributed the least to causing it. This is injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, let us consider a practical example from Kawempe. Imagine a factory operating along the Rubiji Channel, releasing untreated smoke and wastewater into the environment. The factory owners may live in cleaner and safer neighborhoods, far from the pollution. However, the communities in Bwayise, Kawempe, and surrounding areas are left to breathe polluted air, use contaminated water, and suffer the resulting illnesses. Children develop respiratory complications, families face increased medical costs, communities lose access to clean water and safe environments. Yet, they did not benefit from the profits generated by those industries. Climate justice says this situation is totally unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen,
This demands that every person has an equal right to a clean and healthy environment, as the executive director mentioned. Those responsible for environmental harm must be held accountable, and vulnerable communities must be protected and supported. Climate justice also applies globally. Uganda contributes very little to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet our communities experience severe floods, droughts, crop failures, and changing rainfall patterns caused by global climate change. This imbalance is itself a form of injustice. This is what climate justice is fighting to correct. Environmental governance. I'm very happy here you will just be amplifying what our town clerk already stated. Environmental governance refers to the systems, laws, institutions, and processes through which environmental decisions are made and enforced. In simple terms, it asks who protects the environment, how are the environmental decisions made, are the laws fair, and are they properly enforced? Uganda has environmental laws that prohibit the dumping of untreated waste into rivers and drainage systems. These industries are required to manage waste responsibly and conduct environmental impact assessment before beginning operations. However, good laws alone are not enough. Environmental governance becomes weak when corruption interferes with enforcement. Communities are excluded from decision making, or polluters operate without consequences. Inspections are not conducted. Think of it this way. Uganda has laws that say you must not dump waste into a river. You must not pollute the air beyond a certain level. Factories must treat their wastewater before releasing it. These laws exist. But what happens when a factory breaks those laws? Is there a government officer who checks? Is there a fine? Is the community informed? Is the factory stopped? This is environmental governance in practice or in failure. When laws are made but not followed, when communities are not consulted, when inspectors look away, when companies pay bribes to avoid punishment, that is bad environmental governance. Good environmental governance means laws that are strong and clear, institutions that are well-funded, and active communities that are involved in decisions, courts that work, and leaders who are accountable. It means that NEMA, the National Environment Management Authority, actually visits Kawempe industries and takes action when they pollute. It means that the Kawempe Division local government listens when communities report problems and responds. What is industrial pollution? Number 3. Industrial pollution occurs when factories, processing plants, and other industries operations release harmful substances into the air, water, or soil without proper treatment or control. If Kawempe and surrounding areas, industrial pollution is visible in many forms. I repeat, in Kawempe and surrounding areas, industrial pollution is visible in many forms. Contaminated drainage channels, toxic smoke emissions, improper disposal of industrial waste, pollution of wetlands, and unpleasant smell affecting residential communities. Industrial pollution is what happens when factories, workshops, processing plants, and businesses release harmful substances into our environment, into our air, our water, and our soil without proper treatment control. Right here in Kawempe, Mr. Chairman, we see this every day. The Rubigi Channel has factories that release chemicals into drainage channels. Those channels flow into waterland and eventually into water sources used by communities. In areas like Bwaise, Mulago, Kikaya, residents report bad smell, chest problems, and skin rashes, many of which can be traced to industrial discharge. Industrial pollution is not just a health problem, it's an economic problem as well. It destroys wetlands that poor communities depend on for food and water. It reduces agricultural productivity. It increases medical costs for families that can barely afford food. And it is a justice problem because those most affected are those with the least power to fight back. Why climate justice matters today than ever before? We are living in a very special and very dangerous time in history. The world is hotter than it has ever been in recorded history. We are living in a defining moment in human history. Uganda's rainfall patterns are changing. Our wetlands are disappearing. Our air in cities like Kampala is becoming more and more polluted. And our younger people are growing up in a world that is less safe, less healthy, and less predictable than the one their grandparents knew. Climate change is accelerating. Temperatures are rising globally. Wetlands are disappearing. Urban pollution is increasing. Communities are becoming more vulnerable to floods, disease outbreak, and environmental degradation. Environmental justice matters today for several reasons, for several important reasons. I want to name some of them clearly. One, public health. Pollution kills. Air pollution, contaminated water, and toxic waste contribute to respiratory diseases, waterborne illnesses, and other serious conditions. Two, social inequality. Poor and vulnerable communities suffer the greatest environmental burden despite contributing the least to environmental destruction. Food and water security. Wetlands, forests, and clean water systems are essential for food production and survival. Pollution destroys ecosystems that communities depend on for agriculture, fishing, and domestic water use. The future of younger people. Younger people will live longest with the consequences of today's environment decisions. 5, constitutional and human rights. As the Executive Director of Pan-African, Madam Nagawa stated, Article 39 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda guarantees every Ugandan the right to a clean and healthy environment. Environmental or climate justice is about ensuring that this constitutional right becomes a lived reality for all citizens. Constitutional rights mean nothing if they are not enforced. Environmental justice is about making those rights real, not just on paper, but in Kawempe, in Bwaise, in every home where a child goes to sleep, breathing polluted air. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to move to something very important. How youth can work with the parliament to advance climate justice in Uganda. This is the most exciting part of my presentation because this is where you come in. Young people are not powerless observers. They are essential actors in shaping Uganda's environmental future. Here are practical ways young people can work with the parliament to advance climate justice. 1, engage your members of parliament. Know your constituency, MP, and communicate environmental concerns affecting your community. MPs rely on information from we citizens. 2, participate in the national budget process Youth groups and civil society organizations can submit memoranda to parliamentary committees advocating for increased funding for environmental protection and pollution control. 3, work with your youth MPs and youth councils. Uganda's youth MPs exist to represent the interests of young people. Youth partnership and raise environmental concerns through these structures. 4, participate in public hearings. When Parliament is reviewing environmental laws, like the National Environment Act, they hold public hearings. Any citizen can attend and give their views. Organize the youth groups to attend these hearings and speak on behalf of your communities. Younger people should actively participate and contribute their views. Mr. Chairman, use media and digital advocacy, social media campaign, petitions, community documentation, and evidence-based advocacy can influence national debate and parliamentary action. Partner with organizations such as Pan-African Club and civil society groups provide platforms for advocacy, leadership, development, and civic engagement. Remember, Parliament responds to organized, informed, and consistent public engagement. Partner with organizations like the Pan-African Club. The Pan-African Club is here today because it believes in you. Organizations like a PAC bridge the gap between young people and decision makers. Use these platforms, attend their events, volunteer, and make sure that you grow your skills. How to overcome pollution and advance environmental governance. Now let us be practical. What can be done by the government, by the communities, by younger people to overcome pollution and strengthen environmental governance in Uganda, particularly in the Kawempe division? 1, community. At the community level, report pollution. Form environmental watch groups in your communities in Bwayise, Mulago, Kikaya, and Kawempe Central. Educate your neighbors. Many people do not know their environment rights. Share simple information. Talk to parents. Go to markets and talk to market vendors. School children. Go to schools. Awareness is the first step to change. What about the government? We pledge the government to strengthen NEMA's capacity. NEMA needs more inspectors, more funding, and more authorities to act quickly against polluters. Parliament must ensure this happens. Enforce the polluters pay principle. Companies that pollute must pay for the damage they cause. Gazette and protect remaining wetlands in Kawempe. Wetlands are natural water filters. Once they are gone, they are very hard to bring back. You can't create artificial wetlands. Require environmental impact assessment before any factory is set up near a residential area. What about you, the youth? Be the change. Do not litter. Do not burn waste. Do not dump into drains. And remember, your personal choices are your political choices. Study environmental laws and policy. Uganda needs younger lawyers, scientists, engineers, and policymakers to understand the environment. Be that person. Hold schools and universities accountable. Push your institutions to reduce their environmental footprints, the waste management, energy use, and water consumption. Join and support civic organizations like the PAC that are fighting for environmental accountability. Strong action points. What must happen after today? So I want to suggest what should happen after today. A conference without action is just a meeting. So let me close with this. Strong, clear, and measurable action points that we must commit to as a result of this gathering. As we conclude this conference, the following commitments should guide our collective action. Kawempe Division should conduct regular environmental inspections in partnership with NEMA and publicly release inspection findings. Park and youth groups should establish Kawempe Youth Environment Watch to monitor and report pollution incidents and follow-up. Youth participants should engage their respective MPs within the next 30 days regarding environmental concerns in their community. PAC should develop and submit a youth policy brief and industrial pollution in Kawempe to the Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resources before the end of this year. Participating schools and in universities should strengthen environment clubs and organize regular cleanup and awareness campaigns. Government should urgently review compliance levels of industries operating in Kawempe and enforce environmental impact assessment requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, dear youth, this conference should produce a Kawempe Youth Climate Justice Declaration outlining the commitments and demands of young people regarding environmental protection. A short, clear, public statement signed by all of you participants that outline the demands and commitments of today's youth to clean, just, and healthy Kawempe. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and younger leaders, climate justice is not an abstract academic discussion. Nagawa reflected on that. It is a daily reality of families living beside polluted drainage channels, children breathing contaminated air, and communities struggling to access clean water. I started by asking you about smells and black water and children playing near waste. I asked because I wanted you to know that this conversation is not abstract. It's not about somewhere else. It's about here, about you, about now. Climate justice is not a luxury. It's not a concept for universities and international conferences. It's the daily reality of a child in Bwaise who breathes factory smoke on their way to school. It's the reality of a mother in Kikaya who cannot find clean water for her family. It's the reality of a young man in Kawempe Central who cannot find work because the wetland that once supported fish farmers is now a dump site. And you, the young people in this room, are not just the future. You are the present. Your energy, your creativity, your courage, and your voices are what will turn these conversations into change. Parliament listens when the people speak. Communities change when citizens act. Laws are enforced when there are people who refuse to accept injustice. Achieving climate justice and effective environmental governance, therefore, requires urgent, coordinated, and sustainable action from the government institutions, industries, civil society, academia, faith-based organizations, and local communities. A clean, just, and healthy environment is not a privilege, it is your right, protected by the Constitution, demanded by justice, and achievable through your action. I end with a sample call. Do not leave this room the same person who walked in. Live with knowledge, live with a purpose. The experiences and lessons from Kawempe demonstrate that communities can no longer remain silent in the face of environmental degradation. Collective action, evidence-based advocacy, and strategic partnership are essential in safeguarding public health, protecting natural resources, and advancing sustainable development. As we commemorate World Environmental Day and reflect on the future of our continent, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to building a cleaner, healthier, and more just Africa, where environmental protection is treated not as an option, but as a fundamental responsibility owed to present and future generations. Together we can transform environmental challenges into opportunities for justice, resilience, and sustainable community development. Therefore, I encourage each one of you, leave this conference well informed, leave this conference inspired, and leave, and most importantly, leave when committed to action. Do not walk away as spectators, because become advocates, watchdogs, researchers, organizers, and leaders in the fight for climate justice and environmental accountability. Uganda belongs to all of us. Kawempe belongs to all of us. Protecting our environment is protecting our future. Thank you very much. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala, mwebale mnono.
Thank you. What a rich and thought-provoking presentation. Let's add Doctor another round of applause. Yeah, a number of important reflections that have emerged, but what is most important, breaking down those three keywords in the theme. And I think we understand them. I'll go through, summarize a little bit, and that's not my job, but really what has struck my mind. I don't know, what did you pick out of this? From where you ended, Uganda belongs to all of us. Uganda yafefena, sicho. So let us love our country. And another thing was, you're not the future, you're the present. And you should start from making yourself aware. Be interested in knowing these issues, because Doctor said awareness is the first step to change. And young people shouldn't be powerless observers. And I will request you to add one call of action, what you've suggested. But we see that Uganda as the country, the challenge may not necessarily be the absence of the environmental laws and policies, plus institutions, but rather the effectiveness of the implementation, enforcement, but also what is important, accountability. And in all of these ones, we have a role to play. Then second is that the environmental degradation, the pollution that we are seeing here in Kawempe, and not only Kawempe, because I want us to give it a national outlook. The pollution that happens here in Kawempe affects somebody who is not in Kawempe. And those are the dynamics of the environment. You might find now the pollution that we are facing here in Kawempe, it's not from Kawempe here at the center. It's coming from another industrial zone. And that's the environment. So this degradation is increasing and it is present. And he also went further to note that it's not an environment or ecological concern. It goes to governance, it affects the public health, and it affects the economics, but also the human rights issue. So before I welcome Oscar to welcome our dear MP in our midst, I would like to add one straight call of action. Congratulations, our dear MP. I'm your constituent. And I also represent the civil society on the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, and the WASNET, Uganda Water and Sanitation Network. We want to request you to also influence fellow youth MPs to be members of the UPF WASH, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. But also, if it is possible, to be a member under the Natural Resources Community, committee. That is our humble request, because this is where we engage and interact. Because these sessions, we are with a constituency of PAC and a few members. But there now, those are the thematic working groups where we get research from the academia, where we get perceptions from the CSO actors like here from PAC, where we get representatives from the religion, private sector, and we come up with policy recommendations, which are also costed. So we request you to be part of that committee and to interact with us further. Let me welcome, we will pick questions later. We'll pick questions after the presentation of Chiza Aaron, but also our dear MP who's amidst us. And I take this honor to welcome Oscar, the chairperson of Pan-African Club, to welcome our honorable MP. Let's give a round of applause to Oscar as he comes.
Check your phones, hold your phones for those who have them. And if possible, raise them up for those who have them in this conference. Thank you so much. All of us have phones, but now let's check outside. The weather is confused. In Karamoja, during the rainy season, crops are drying, while in Budunda, they are having landslides. The soils are getting tired, and the trees are disappearing. This show of our phones by all of us is a testimony that as youth, we are the most connected generation in history. And yet we are continuously becoming the most disconnected generation from the land that feeds us. We are deliberately distancing ourselves from what we believe can keep our survival moving on. I wish to start with that remark. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Mwine Tumwewaze, and thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Let's clap for him. We also have here Mr. Julius Bakashawa, the CDO of Kawempe Division. Thank you for being part of us. Leadership of Kawempe, Kampala, and the youth, our previous presenters, I want to thank you for the work well done. I am Kasia Oscar Nimpereza, the chairperson of the Pan-African Club Uganda chapter. Advancing youth-led engagement and legal empowerment for climate justice. What is climate justice? Climate justice means fairness. What is environmental governance? It simply means give us a fair share of the planet that we all survive on. Youth leadership means action. As youth, today we're here to propose action points that we have to embark on, own and take up to change the world that we live in. 78% and above, literally, of the youth, of the population in this country are youth. That's the fact. Thank you. 78% of the population in this country are youth. But there is no sustainable development programs that are deliberately youth-led. And what we now know is that we can't have climate justice without full participation of the youth. The climate changes that are taking place are largely hitting the youth and the communities that we live in. And this is the reason we should struggle to participate in the efforts that we are in today. We are the largest hit, and yet we are the least contributors to emissions in our communities. That's why the youth should take up responsibility to fight for justice. So what we're dealing with is not justice issue under climate change. What we're dealing with is not just an environmental issue. What we're dealing with is survival for who we are. And that's why we have to go ahead and pick up the mantle and fight. Climate justice can be, managed in 3 ways, or understood to participate in 3 ways. Distributional. We have to fight for a fair share of the climate in terms of green energy access. That's one way we shall have to benefit in the distribution of this climate justice. Procedure. The youth must be at every decision-making table that is building up a better climate for us. And I'm glad that you're here. You are the ambassadors. And once you go out, participate in every decision-making table in as far as promoting climate justice is concerned. Intergenerational. The only reason why we have to deliberately participate in this cause is because we have to fight now such that the next generation does not inherit a broken planet. If we don't participate in causing climate justice, we shall simply be leaving our next generation to inherit a broken planet. In conclusion, I have 3 words to end with. Climate justice is not charity. Climate justice is not charity. Environmental governance is not paperwork. Environmental governance is not paperwork. Youth leadership is not the future, but now. So the youth leadership we're advocating for is not for the future, but for when? For now. I thank Honorable Mwine for taking over and making a very strong decision to contest and represent the youth, because he understood it better that the youth leadership is not for the future, but it is now. And him being in the leadership now gives us hope, beyond hope, that finally our voice will be heard in the 12th Parliament. I take this opportunity, therefore, to congratulate you once again for making it to Parliament, and I invite you to talk to your fellow youth. Thank you so much. Honorable.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Allow me to start by thanking our previous speakers. Thank you so much for imparting that level of knowledge on the youth of Kawempe in particular, and the youth of Uganda in general. I took very a keen interest in the previous speakers, in what it is that they were saying. And Doctor's presentation stands out most for me. When he was Doctor's? When Doctor was talking about what can be done to combat the problem that we have, he spoke about the duty that is placed upon us as the youth and the duty that is on the government. So it's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. The citizens have a duty to fulfill and the state has a duty to fulfill. And these duties are well outlined in our laws. When you look at our constitution, under Article 17, I think it's J. I've noticed there's a lawyer that will present after me. I'll be glad to have their corrections if there are any. It imposes a duty on every citizen to create and protect a healthy and clean environment. So every one of us has that duty. Every person, youth, young, old, lame, able-bodied, every one of us has that duty. But of course, a citizen cannot move like us, like state. We are limited in our capacities. We are limited in what it is that we are able to do. So the Constitution does put a bigger duty on the government to protect the environment. When you look at, I'm going to read this verbatim. When you look at the national objectives and directive policy, that's policy 27, which emphasizes that the state of Uganda has a duty to protect and sustainably manage the environment for both the current and the future generation. It also requires states to promote public awareness. It is also the duty of the state to create public awareness around the environment. So you can see that the duty is both on the state and on us as individuals to ensure that our environment is protected, to ensure that our environment is clean. Now, on the side of the state, I feel like on paper, we have a legal framework that is sufficient enough to protect our environment. Whether it's, in actual sense, it does protect the environment is a story for another day. But on paper, the laws are there to protect our environment. My sister here talked about Article 39 of the Constitution, which provides that every person has a right to a clean and healthy environment. Of course, there are so many other articles within the Bill of Rights that relate to that. When you look at Article 20, I think, which states that these rights that are provided for in the Bill of Rights are not granted by the government. They are inherent rights. That they are rights that we have by the virtue of our existence. So my right to a healthy environment or my right to a clean environment is not granted by the state. It is an inherent right that I have by the virtue of my existence. And I think it does go on to state, that very article does go on to state that all government organs and all private businesses will respect the rights of people, which include the right to a healthy environment. But also, can you really look at the right to a health? When someone takes away your right to a healthy environment, and they really taking your right to life, when you really think about it, if you're taking away the rights to my clean environment, yes, if I'm breathing bad gases from your factory, if you're polluting the water that me and my family are meant to use, aren't you really taking away my right to life? I would think so. So fighting for environmental rights in a way is also fighting for a right to life. I would think so, and I'm very confident that Aaron, I think it's Aaron Chiza, the lawyer that will speak after me, will agree with me on this. So you can tell that the right to a clean environment on paper under the Constitution is actually, our right is actually protected. But as Dr. James was saying, there seems to be a gap between what is on paper and implementation. And remember, laws are only as good as they are implemented. We could have the best laws, but if they are not capable of being implemented, then they become very useless. Outside the Constitution, we also have laws that have been enacted by Parliament to protect the environment. Case in point, when you look at the National Climate Change Act, which had the effect of ratifying the Uganda National Framework on Convention on Climate Change. This act is very key in the protection of the environment in a way that it gives any person standing to bring legal action against a polluter. When you look at the readings, it says any person can bring legal action against a polluter. So which means when you see a person polluting your environment, remember you do have a duty as a citizen. So this particular law gives you standing in court to bring a legal action against a person that may be abusing the environment. Then when you move on and look at the NEMA Act, of course it puts forward conditions that some of these factories should fulfill before they embark on their economic endeavors, or some of the requirements that they are duty bound to fulfill in the process of their execution of their work. Some of them include having an environment assessment. I think it's environment assessment. It's called the environment impact assessment. And of course, at this level, it's expected that the public should engage in coming up with this assessment. But there are also assessments that are done during the execution of the work that this factory might be doing. And the Act goes ahead to provide hefty punishments for those that may not contravene the law. For example, if you do not provide an environment and social impact assessment, I think the fine is about 2 billion. Environmental audits, if you've not done them, the fine is around 2 billion as well. The fine for pollution is 10 billion in the Act, that's the National Environment Act. Then the fine for failure to manage waste properly is 1 billion. Then the fine for emitting hazardous chemicals is about 1 billion as well. And these penalties are express in nature. So you can see that to some extent, we have a legal framework that should protect us. On paper, we have a legal framework that should protect us because we have rights that are given to us by the Constitution. Then we have all these liabilities that are put on an abuser of the environment, should there be one. But then, where is the gap? Why is it that we are in the place we are in now? I happen to be a lawyer. of course, you can tell that the remedy in all this, more often than not, is going to court. Yes? But is it affordable to maybe a youth in Kawempe to go and hire a legal practitioner to represent them in court to fight for their rights? So there is a gap there in terms of affordability of legal services. But there's also a gap in providing public awareness in this regard. Most people do not know these procedures. When I have a neighbor that is guilty of noise pollution, that is guilty of polluting the water with chemicals, what do I do? How do I go about it outside the court system? What can be done? So I think government, on its side, they still have a lot to do in regards to creating this awareness and ensuring that every person knows their right and duty, and every person knows what it is that they are supposed to do in the event that we have environmental pollution. In my own assessment, or in my own view, I think one of the other problems that we have is the delay in administering justice for these environmental concerns. I happen to be a student of environmental law when I was at university, and I don't remember us having more than 20 decided cases in regards to environmental law at that time. And I noticed the length it takes to have these cases fully adjudicated. Case in point, I think one of the most famous cases is Greenwatch versus Attorney General. If I'm not mistaken, this case was filed in 2002, and we had a final judgment in 2012. That's 10 years later. But remember, now, imagine a scenario where you're reporting a factory, and it's going to take 10 years for your rights to be determined. Probably your child would have black lungs, your skin will be falling off from the chemicals. So I think as political leaders, it is then our role to ensure that climate justice is not only administered, but it is administered in a timely manner. For the lawyers will know that there's a saying, justice delayed is justice denied. Because really, it won't make any sense for me to report someone and I want them to stop polluting the environment, and you're only able to stop them 10 or 5 years later. So I think as political leaders, it is our duty to ensure that that delay is cut short. Of course, there's also a gap between law and implementation, like Dr. James has stated, and more often than not, this is brought about by corruption. As political leaders, I think we need to strengthen our fight against corruption, of course, with the backing of the general population. Then some of the other problems that that I think we are facing in regards to attaining climate justice is development versus the right. More often than not, our political leaders will put the development that is going to be brought about by the aggressor and our rights on a weighing scale. And this being a capitalist world, depending on how heavy the pockets of the aggressor are, more often than not, they will come up on top. But I think as political leaders with with pressure mounted by the general public, I think we can bridge this gap and move towards protecting our environment. Of course, also the fight for climate justice is also faced with a lack of sufficient funds by the government of Uganda. Not so long ago, we had a scenario where medical interns are not going to be paid. Yes? Now, imagine soliciting for funds to fight for climate justice in such a space where resources are scarce and the priorities are many. So maybe as political leaders, we need to become cognizant of the fact that climate justice is as priority gets. Yes? Of course, as today morning, I was looking at Uganda's national climate finance strategy for the years between 2025 and 2030. And you can tell that for the most part, we are relying on external donations in this fight. But is that sustainable? Is that sustainable? What happens in those periods where you've enacted the anti-homosexuality bill and the donors are holding back? What happens when there's a sovereignty bill coming and the amount of money that can be invested by NGOs, by these development partners within an economy is limited? So I think as political leaders, we need to first of all fight for financing, because any endeavor that is done without money really is an endeavor doomed to fail. As I conclude, of course, we have seen that on paper, we should be protected. Ground, right? The ground is totally different. On paper, we are protected, but on ground, it is a bit different. Now, what can we do? Now, I'm going back to the youth. We as the youth, what can we do? I want us to always remember, politics was, and will always be a game of numbers. You can make noise all you want. If you're one person, however right you are, you will make noise, but the impact won't be there as compared to if the noise is being made by a large group of people. I think as the youth of Kawempe, in this fight, above everything, you need unity and you need a common voice. To call your leaders to action. To hold your leaders accountable. Because at the end of the day, remember, if we have the laws on paper, it is your MP, it is your MP's role, it is your MP's role to carry out oversight in your areas. So it is through that unity, we can call our MPs to action and ensure that some of these policies, some of these laws are actually being followed on ground. And believe you me, if you have if you mount that pressure as a group of people, even scenarios of corruption become rare. Because imagine being a DPC and you have to defend yourself against 100 people, against 200 people every 2 or 3 weeks. But where we are not united, it even becomes easy for a person responsible to collect mugati from the aggressor, and at the end of the day, it is the community that will suffer. In conclusion, I want to reiterate Dr. James's submission that yes, state has a duty to protect the environment, but we also have a duty as a group of people to protect the environment, and we can execute that duty through being vigilant. We can execute that duty through putting our leaders on pressure to ensure that whatever it is that they are doing is in line with protecting the environment. One of the other rights that I forgot to mention when I was talking about the rights within the Constitution that are in line with the right to a healthy environment is the right to information. You see, we can talk about these environment assessment impacts, but if you do not have access to this information, how are you going to know that what is in there is actually right? Or what is in there is actually what is being followed? So we can also make use of our right to information to ensure that we are equipped with the right information in this fight for climate justice. As I conclude, allow me to thank the organizers of this conference. I believe climate justice is an issue that is very pertinent to the youth agenda and the furtherment of what it is that we think that we are doing, because more than anyone, we are the ones that are going to feel the impact of climate injustice or climate mismanagement. The people that are 40, 45, they won't be here. Some 30, it's okay. Some of us may also not be here. That is, death is a reserve of God. But we, by biology, we are the ones that are more likely to suffer the consequences of climate mismanagement. And therefore, we have to take our duty to protect the environment as serious can be. And we also have to put pressure on government to also fulfill their duties in protecting the environment. And in my honest opinion, I believe that the hard part has been covered. Because more often than not, the hard part is actually coming up with these laws being enacted. But these laws are in place. Now it's a matter of implementation, it's a matter of monitoring, and I believe with numbers and teamwork, that is a goal that is very achievable. Thank you so much. If I didn't introduce myself, my name is Tumwewa Zemwine. I'm a youth leader in Mbara district. I happen to be the finance there, and I'm also the regional youth MP for Western region. Thank you so much. For good and welcome.
Thank you, Honorable. Another round of applause. We are deeply humbled with your presence, and we look forward towards more guidance from your leadership to the youth fraternity under Pan-African Club and Uganda as a whole. With us, we have Mr. Emmanuel Mulisa. May you kindly stand up for recognition. Mr. Emmanuel Mulisa is the coordinator, Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, who is here to represent also Honorable Massey. We have the CDO of Kampala Central, Ms. Sharifa Nasali, and stand up for a special recognition. Ms. Sharifa Nasali, the CDO of Kampala Central Division, has been with us in a long journey under Kawempe Division. Thank you for your support, and thank you for being here. With us again,
We have the Fourth Estate, NBS TV. We have Bukede TV. We have Daily Monitor. Those are already here, and the others are on their way coming. I wish to close by taking back the microphone to Mr. Simo Robert, who is going to continue with us in the next session that is going to be online. Thank you so much, and thank you for your presence.
Thank you very much, Oscar, for chairing this session. Let's give him a round of applause. And also to thank our dear Honorable Tumwebaze for the words, a few insights that I've captured. Indeed, he acknowledged that all of us, we have a duty to pray. So it is two-sided, us the right holders and the duty bearers. But also, he talked about the environmental requirements. You did talk about the environment impact assessment. Nowadays, it is the environment social impact assessment, what Doctor talked about. Concerns about the environment, they don't stop on the environment. They have implications on the social aspects, but also the financial aspects of the people. So that's why they added that. And I talked about on the implications of non-compliance. And I would like to shed a light about something. When we are doing this work, monitorings and what we normally target, the big industries, the private sector, the small industries, but we forget a sector in education, private and government schools. They are doing a lot of obstruction and a lot of discharge. Without obstruction permits, without discharge permits. Our duty bearers here, what are we going to do that? And they are doing a lot. Imagine a school like SETA. I'm not witch hunting. Imagine how many campuses they have. Per campus, what is the number of students on each campus? And when we go to World Health standards in terms of the liters an individual should use a day, and with the infrastructure, you'll find that they go beyond even, they recommend, okay, the average liters a person should use every day. You find there is a lot of obstruction, but also which informs a lot of discharge. Grey water, human, fecal waste, food waste. There is a lot. We also look at them. That is a question that does not need an answer. So as we do the mapping of people to reach out, let us also look at them. Then also he hinted about the financing, which is largely dependent on external. If I would ask young people here, do you know how much percentage do external financing do our, like, let me pick up now the sector in environment. What an environment. What an environment. How much do we receive from donors? And how much is GOU, Government of Uganda, funding towards the sector? Go do a budget analysis. You will be surprised. You will find that our government largely will take care of the recurrent budget, salaries and allowances, and a few light touch development interventions, and much of it is from the external. And we are seeing trends, it is reducing. Where are we going and what can we do about it? These people need information to better advocate for us. Then also, as I end, he called on, we need constant mobilization, constant organizing, to hold them accountable. To hold them accountable. To me, I would say that partly the parliament has done its role. We have the right legal framework. They are not in charge of implementation. We need to task the executive, the ministries, the departments, the agencies to enforce. They have done their role right. but also with gaps on oversight and also resources allocation. We need to prioritize. Then there is we mentioned something that is important. The importance of being informed as us who task the duty bearers to perform. Are we informed? Yesterday I saw a schedule of all policies, laws, regulations that will be prioritized under specific ministries that will be prioritized by their parliament. Do we know them? Are the laws, regulations, policies under this sector captured? So before you advocate for something, you need information. So it is on that juncture I would like to welcome who was going to be our first speaker, Aaron Chiza. Technical team, you need to confirm to me. Aaron Chiza, we had unpacking on this topic that you will be speaking to in the respect of the human rights under the environment, and it was about the strengthening of parliamentary action for climate justice, environmental governance, and environmental enforcement in Kawempe Division. Mr. Chiza is a human rights lawyer, he is an environmentalist, and he is a poet with extensive litigation and advocacy experience. He leads the Environment Shield and is a partner at Chiza and Mugisha Advocates. Through his work, he has contributed significantly to environmental justice, human rights advocacy, and public interest litigation in Uganda. And he will be joining us virtually today. Before I can add on something that I think Aaron Chiza is the father of environmental human rights of the Gen Zs, because he made it popular as a person, but also I need to add that he's a multiple award winner in environment, human rights advocacy. You're most welcome, Mr. Chiza, to talk to us. Thank you. Technical team. Mr. Chiza will request for little patience as the technical team connects. But also we encourage to
Is that any better? Hello? Hello?
Excuse me, Aaron, we are trying to transmit your voice.
It seems you can't hear me still. I removed the video so that
We can hear?
yeah.
People at the back,
There you go.
can we hear? Okay, please, you can proceed as we try to display on the screen.
So, thanks. See. You have got me now?
Yes, we can get you, please.
Okay. You think I should put on the video or this is enough? Because the video sometimes is.
I think we can go the way we are.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to interact with you this morning. I have missed out on Kampala's weather and food and clothing, but you are presenting me some to talk about the issues of human rights to the youth. Hotbed of many issues, politically it's a bit, but also environmentally it's a hotbed of wrong things. It's near the seat of Stacey. Kawempe is very dusty, and there are some instances of noise pollution. Even this week, I think one of the government authorities was commenting about the pollution in Kawempe. So it has a distinct honor in the wrong direction when it comes to environmental degradation. Some wetlands which are being seriously degraded can be traced to Kawempe. What does this all have to do with the climate justice? Climate justice is a bit of a broader issue, a broader context that tries to approach the climate crisis problem. The climate crisis being a problem that is primarily caused by fossil fuel originating carbons accumulating in the atmosphere, enveloping the atmosphere, and causing global. Climate change comes in with justice so that human rights are respected, happening in the climate crisis, to ensure that the people like Africans, people from the global south, who have contributed not do not suffer disproportionately to the level of suffering. And as they deal with the global climate problem, they are at least financially related to do that, but their action funded significantly by the proponents. We see that the proponents are being reluctant to do its work, but we are also not blameless. More importantly, we need to understand the role of the youth in all this. Youth are very important voices in ensuring that we transport or we translate the laws at a global level, at a national level, into local actions, into local remedies. Am I still with you guys? I see some movements on some screens to indicate that you are close to me. Confirm.
Can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Yes, so the youth have a monumental task because the youth, again, are among those vulnerable groups that suffer most from the vagaries of the climate crisis. The climate crisis causes more intense floods, more intense climate conditions, whether it is flooding, whether it is deserts, whether it is unpredictable rains, all problems associated with the climate change, they affect the youth, the women, and the children more profoundly relative to other people who are more moneyed, who are in the global north, who are older, who have jobs, privileges that the youth may not have. But the youth have their advantages too. They have their energy, they have their ideas, and they have edge on their side. They are going to live much, much longer. And they are the people we are looking for climate solutions. We are looking to the youth for new innovations. We are looking to the youth to take forward the renewables agenda. we are looking to the youth to protect nature, which is a big frontier in pushing back against the crisis. Most solutions to climate change are still nature-based, whether it is forests, whether it is wetlands, whether it is mangroves, whether it is oceans, the blue economy, as my friend whom I suspect is in the audience, I see his back to actually like talk about the blue economy sometimes. So the youth are the vanguard of the push against the climate crisis, and that is by default because one, they are the biggest victims of the climate crisis, but they are also the biggest solution to the climate crisis. As the previous speaker said, we have enough laws. Parliament has done that part of the part, but even the enforcement, Parliament has a role to play, and Uganda is doing very poorly on enforcing climate laws, on enforcing environmental laws. And the law that Parliament needs to improve on is the oversight laws. It's not enough to give us clean laws like the National Environment Act of 2019, the National Climate Change Act, we have the Paris Agreement on Climate Change of 2015, we have the UNF, the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have conventions in every aspect, the Ramsar Convention, the conventions on biological diversity, everything. So Parliament must do an oversight role, ask the ministers what they are doing. This NEMA regime is much better than the previous NEMA regime in enforcing environmental laws, but we still want more. When it comes to wetlands, NEMA cannot act alone. The Ministry of Water is the lead agency, and we want more wetlands protected, and we support efforts to restore wetlands, but we insist that these efforts must be underpinned by equity to ensure that we not only remove the poor women, but also we get Mandela out of wetlands, we get Sudir out of our lakes and rivers, we get the
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation on issues of environmental rights, the legal accountability, environment justice. He talked about access to justice. You can sue. So we request you, Council, to stay for some time. Of course, there are questions, even personally from me and from members who have really I like such presentations for the young people because we are agile, we are flexible. He talked about on the importance of youth voice. We need to tap in our energy. He talked about the impacts of climate change and how they affect us in the society. If we are affected by flooding here in Kawempe, all of us will be affected. But there is one who will be pinched harder, and there is one who will not even feel the pinch. Am I right? Last year we had hot temperatures here in Kampala. Am I right? Who felt it harder? It is that woman in Kafunda, in the slum, here in Uwaise. But the rich one in Munyonyo, they had ACs. The honorables in the parliament, they have ACs. In their offices, they have ACs. Actually, even in their cars, they have ACs. You can move across the country when the glasses are up. But here from Kavure to here, when the glass is up, you will come out as if you are from the sauna. So it is the poor that are affected more. Then also he hinted about the transition to clean energies. It is a fact, one of the global causes of climate change, and science has it. Use of fossil fuels and industrial agriculture. Large land masses are destroyed. We are destroying carbon sinks. To put up crops, we'll use fertilizers, we'll use machines to clear the land, and those machines still are emitting. So you emphasize the transition to clean energy, but also being knowledgeable to seek for information, as many speakers have talked about it. You will not advocate for anything. Actually, you'll be in the problem, but not knowing that you're in the problem if you don't have knowledge. He talked about technology and AI. There is a gentleman here who introduced himself as a teacher. He retired, and I wanted to ask him his knowledge on technologies and AI. You will find that it is us young people who have that access, and we have more knowledge. But how do we use it to fight for the environment? Thank you once again, Councillor Aaron. Amid the stars, during the presentation of Council, we received Honorable Silas Agon, MP from Kumi Municipality. You're most welcome. You're most welcome, and we congratulate you on returning to the Parliament. Honorable Silas is the chairman of the Global Parliamentary Water Network, but also he is the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. And in your absentia, I interested the youth MP who was with us to be part of that forum, and to also influence other youth MPs to be part of that forum. And through you also, a follow-up can be made such that we have a strong forum. I first met Honorable Cyrus during that forum. And for him, furnish him with information, you will see a silver bullet on the floor of the Parliament and in the committees. And that's why I encourage our MPs to be part of these forums. We interact a lot and share a lot of information. So he's passionate about water sanitation and hygiene. Let's welcome him once again. Thank you for joining us. We will go to a round of questions. And I want to inform you that we will have a working breakfast. Is it break tea breakfast? Both. At least I know they are different. So there will be the waitresses or the protocol team will be coming and picking one by one to pick it, such that we reduce on time. And with these questions, they will also provide the background to Honorable as he gives his keynote, such that he gets to know the preamble of what had happened. So I'll take it away with questions, members. This is our time to contribute. It has been now centered on the speakers, and I've been seeing you writing notes down. I'll request the MC to help me move with the mic, and we'll take questions. But before, I have one question to Council Aaron. How can environmental regulators enforce compliance while maintaining public trust and social legitimacy? This is in relation to the recent enforcements that have been taking place by NEMA in various areas around the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area. And you talked about young people passionately, but I brought this ball to you on how young people can move beyond awareness campaigns and become meaningful actors in the environmental governance and policy influence. Then one to Doctor, you talked about pollution here in Kawempe. And when you look at the ambitions of Uganda, the 10-fold growth program, but also the NDPA, we talk about development, the agro-industrialization. So how do we balance industrialization, urbanization, economic growth with environmental protection and community well-being? Those are my questions. So members will be getting questions, be brief, and ask a direct question. Thank you very much. You can even again introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Thank you so much, moderator. Happy World Environment Day. My name is Robert Turiachira. I had the honor of being referred to by Council Aaron twice in his submissions. The first point. Thank you. The first point I want to make is the issue of environmental impact assessments and the environmental social impact assessments, moderator, you referred to. This is laid out in Section 5 of the National Environment Act, which lays out the principles of environmental management. I want to say that this is the most abused process, because what happens is that the developer will just hire a consultant who will do the environmental impact assessment, having been paid, and then submit the report to NEMA, and what NEMA does is simply to issue a certificate. What we would expect is that it should be NEMA being in charge of the process, not the developer on the other side, because we all know that you who pays for the piper pays for the what? The tune. So the person, the consultant, does the work as the developer wants, not the other way around. So we need to, what we need to recommend, because I want to make also recommendation that we are pushing for the establishment of the district environment committees, which is provided for under Section 27 of the National Environment Act. Because we see that the EIA process is highly centralized at NEMA. We want it to go down on the committee, on the district. Because we want to see, for example, Kawempe district or Kawempe division being fully involved in the process for all developments that are going to take place in the district in light of environmental impact assessment. So that they can be able to approve. Because when you look at, when you go around Kawempe, you'll find a lot of companies that are involved in the plastic processing and all other production activities that are taking place in Kawempe. But when it comes to the processing of EIS, Kawempe division. I hope somebody is not trying to. Maybe I can speak louder. Processes. Somebody's not sabotaging me.
about every day is the issue of environmental litigation. We have talked about some of the cases that some of us have been involved in, and I want to re-echo that when Ginger City issued a certificate for allowing a Chinese company to cut down the laboratories in Ginger City, some of us came out and took on Ginger City and sued there. And we got a permanent injunction from the High Court preserving the laboratories in Ginger City. Why are laboratories very important? We see that there is a lot of degradation of indigenous tree species, which are highly endangered. And I can tell you what Elder has been saying. If you don't take your power as a citizen or as an individual who is concerned about the environment, the degradation will continue going on. And litigation can deliver, because what we did was to be able to say that we fought the law and we got a decision on that law. The same thing that is happening on the Goma Food, which I talked about. And my colleague Honorable talked about the long time that takes place in litigation. We went to court personally, we went to court in 2020, but this is 2026 up to now, we won't go to the sea. But we're not giving up. We started here in the High Court of Uganda, the case was dismissed. We went to the South African Court of Justice, because you should not sit on your rights. The law is on your side. We talked about Article 39, right to be in the environment, Article 70, so justice only belongs to those who fight. If you don't fight, the environment will be defeated. Don't give up on the fight. Fight them. They should have access to information. We cannot fight, put up a strong fight without the right environmental information. Article 41 of the Constitution provides that even the garden has the right to access to information. Even have the right to access to information. If you see that, for example, under environmental source or wetland or forest is being depleted, you have a duty or the right to fill up an access to information for and get information about that development is taking place in the area. Sit back and say, no, that is for other people, it is you to be able to take on that. If you don't get the information, you cannot support court and sue. I have about 5 suits where I've been getting up about issues to get access to information. Because once you have the information, then you are so empowered that you can be able to push back. The issue of climate finance is very critical. Look at our national climate action plan. This is $8.1 billion by that 25. So we can make the noise, we can make all the other parts of us, but without the money, we may not do a lot of work. This financing is largely from 25% from trade fund, 50% from national fund. So what do? We need to engage colleagues, allies like Honorable said as before, the Honorable and all the other colleagues that are really improve the environment at parliament level, to see that we rally government or we align the financing into areas of environmental and emergency stuff. And how do we do that? By continuing to serve this community and push back through certain engagements that we have done to serve the can be able to deliver results. If we work together, we shall achieve more. But if we just work in isolation, we shall be isolated also and we shall be eliminated. Let us push back and be able to deliver and protect our environment together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let us clap for him. You will see what summarizes his point, that informed action, it's all about information, being empowered and knowing your rights. Still, I will keep on encouraging that. Another question, I will pick a round of 5 questions. There will be 2 rounds, so a round of 5. And comments, but I'll be timing here in the best interest of time. After 1 minute, I'll be giving you a warning, isn't it? Okay, please. I see a hand there. Yes, please.
Good morning once again. My name is Mercy Nabachwa. Member of Pan-Africa. And I also work in Pan-Africa. So I'd like to thank experts that have given us a nice dialogue. However, I have noticed that the challenge that mentioned is not lack of policy or laws, but it's their lack of integration and enforcement. We have several types of policies: the green paper policy, white paper, and regulatory policies. But if government can evict street vendors, how much more can it do to settlers in the wetlands? How much more can it do in the implementation of the biodiversity framework of Kampala Climate Change Action Plan? The urban agriculture and agroforestry policy. These policies are in place, but their enforcement and implementation is not in place. Urban greening initiative, green parks, green belts, roadside vegetation, and the agroforestry agenda. So, among the action plans, I did not hear the one for engaging in tree planting and also becoming part of the implementers of the policies in place that regard environment protection, more so urban agriculture and agroforestry, which are very important. And I think it answers the question for Mr. Robert Asimwe, where you asked about industrialization and also environment sustainability. Their biodiversity, the biodiversity framework provides solutions to how we can urbanize and still support the environment through urban greening initiative. So my question still is, how can we as youth become part of the implementers of the policies in place already so that we can move forward?
Thank you very much for that question. The technical team, if I was in charge, that would be reducing the amount. But let me take this pleasure to welcome guests who have joined in our midst. Let's join our hands to welcome the Youth Officer for Kawempe Division, Honorable Frederick. Thank you very much. You can stand up for recognition. Yeah, that's Honorable Frederick. And we also welcome our beloved, His Worship, the Mayor of Kawempe Division, His Worship, Dr. Emmanuel Selunjoji. You're most welcome. We thank you for making time and being part of us. I know the term has started and there is a lot of business. So we don't take your time for granted, and other leaders were with us. So members, so far we have one question, others were comments, and we welcome them. The technical team, shall we also have questions from the online? So I request people online, this is a hybrid conference. First, to put their questions in the chat, we will be able to read them. Let me welcome Mr. Lubunu Mabunu. Lubina. Sechimpi. Okay. They told Sechimpi. Okay, you're most welcome.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I will start with the concern. The question as well as the concern. Really, did you invite our MPs? Because I can see area MP and the MP for Kawempe North are not here around. And yet, those are the key people to support our youth while fighting against what? Environment actors. Secondly, my request goes to the government. Many youth, or our youth, may need to do some activities which might help in fighting against what? Environment. So, you may find that the youth have organized the function, maybe for planting trees and whatever, and then the government turns it into what? Political. Have you ever seen it? We as leaders, one day we tried to mobilize people to clean up. So the police came out and said, this is a political activity. And yet it was not. And even though it's political, but it's against what? Environment protection. So I'm appealing to the government not to take each and every activity into political activities. Secondly, corruption. However much we shall say that we are going to do this and this, but corruption. Like in Kawempe, we have factories for big people. I'm not shy to say that We have rehab factory. You go there and you see people how are they crying. The dirty water which is pushed to people. But I'm so happy in the past years, Pan Africa assisted us to fight against the Luca plastic. Luca plastic was a timing bomb to our people. Really, children around it, they were coughing time to time and dirty water and whatever. But when we came up with the support from Pan Africa, at least the factory built what? A high chimney and the generator is no more sounding. But also you go to discos around, noise pollution. And I've ever cried about this issue. You make a research around those disco pose and whatever. The children, their performance in the classroom are not really good. Because Monday to Monday, discos are shouting. And nothing is done. One day we tried to mobilize and bring in NEMA people. They brought all the gadgets for testing what in Vegas. And they took the loudspeakers and whatever. But the vehicles went up to Perere and then turned it back and returned the speakers. So we became fools among the people that you leaders, what have you done? So I'm appealing. However much you shall talk and talk, but corruption is the timing bomb we are sitting on. However, the guy is talking, but you can see. Even right now, you can find some people dumping soil in the what? The slum area, the swamp areas and this. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And that's the national water. You move every 2 weeks. You move like near Kawepe police station. You can see the blockages of sewage, and then you wonder again, why are they paid? And they have money. So corruption is the key. Something to fight against. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. And he still retaliates that corruption is the biggest problem. And leaders, what have you done or what has been done? But also the success story around the work that was supported by the PAC to see that things are put in the right manner around the looker. I don't know that story, but I think we need to unpack such success stories to inspire young people. 3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Nasif M. Abdallah. I'm a youth leader for Kampala district. I want to thank all the people that have presented earlier, but also have a concern still. When you look at some of the issues that we are addressing, most of them are directly concerning NEMA, which is not here. Then you also have the national water that are not here. Then you have, when you look at, of course, we have heard that the policies are in place, but they are not being put into what? Into use. For example, I was commenting, we are also planning to review the Kampala strategic plan. It was made in 2016, we are now in 2026, but they have not changed anything. So we are thinking that as young people, it is not that we have not done anything. For example, as we have been working with young people in Kawempe under the Go Green projects, we are doing the cleanups, community cleanups in the community. We are doing the community youth parliaments. We have engaged with KCCA. But what I've noticed that maybe still with KCCA, we need the directors because, for example, in this conference, we needed maybe the director in terms of in charge of public health and environment. Because when we invite the CDO, the youth officer, they do not have power to influence any decision at the city level. And also the other concern is that most of the issues that we are addressing are only in Kawempe for now, and most of the people here are from Kawempe, but it is the same issue across the what? The city level. Because when you look at flooding, it is all over. When you look at plastics, they are all over. So I think we need to to be intentional and see that maybe in the other engagements we have the people from the national order and environment, we have people from KCCA, in particular the directors, maybe even the ED, because if we don't bring these issues to their attention, maybe they will not address them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm receiving the last question for the first round. And Osbat, Mr. Sebuguzi, you may welcome me diplomatically. You'll be picking number of people we are going to have the working breakfast. So I'm receiving the last question of the first round. Then we give responses. Isn't it?
Thank you very much. Protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Tarema Prince. I'm a youth leader of Kawempe at the division level. One of our discussion points today was environmental governance. And I think one of the key points we do not find solutions for is poverty. Because one of the reasons these people cut the trees, one of the reasons these people pollute is because of simple things like charcoal. Kawempe, for instance, I think we have one of the highest level of poverty rates in Kampala, given the slums we have, which are evident, given we have Katanga, one of the most known slums in Kampala. How are we going to work on the environmental governance? Yet, simple solutions like poverty, simple problems like poverty haven't been touched. Well, in the past year, charcoal had been stopped from being sold. So, in case of any truck was caught moving charcoal, they would arrest the people driving the truck. So, which means you cannot stop people from using charcoal. Yet, the possible solution is a very expensive one, the gas. And yet, poverty is one of the biggest challenges we're having in Kampala. Two, the settlements. NEMA has been doing a great job in this past week of evicting people and destroying their homes and businesses, but they have not been giving them a possible solution. Yes, they are in wrong. They are not supposed to be there. They are wetlands. In environmental governance, it is supposed to be set free wetlands for the nature to flourish. But if you are chasing them there, where are you expecting them to go? The possible outcome is they are going to leave for the meantime and they will occupy another wetland because they are the free places. No one is going to allow them on their piece of land, so they will look for another wetland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that question. I would welcome panelists. I think we'll be noting down the questions, but also we welcome the observations, the additions that have been submitted to add value to the discussion that has happened. I will just make one of response to an observation that was raised here, and I'm not speaking with authority on behalf of PAC, but from the preamble, the opening remarks, I think we are here to build a case. So when you see a certain group of leaders that are not here, they will be reached out. One of the outputs of this conference is to come up with a paper that will be signed by all of us, and it will be submitted to respective duty bearers. So if I'm building a case, really, if I have here maybe EPKCCA, what local realities will she give me? I think here now I need the CDO, I need you, the youth leader who interacts with these communities. So it was not by mistake, but by design, have it that way. So let us begin with Aaron, if you're online. Okay, it's not online, but I believe the secretariat that are documenting, you can take note, maybe you submit via email, and the answers can be shared with us. So let me welcome Doctor to give us his responses.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moderator. And I want actually to begin by recording my appreciation to all of you who have actively participated. I've loved your responses, your comments and questions. It seems that our presentations provoked you to act, and indeed you are acting. So whatever you have said is quite well aligned to our presentations. That's one comment. Two, one of the members asked the question, how do you balance industrial development, community well-being, and then pollution? And yet we need the industrial development, no question about it. But what is the benefit of industrial revolution? Industrial development. To whom will it benefit? It is the people. And pollution, who is badly affected? It is the people, especially the poorest. So industrial development is very good, but it has to be monitored. It has to be placed on the right agenda to the benefit of all and to the detriment of none. That's what I would seriously say when it comes to that. And we need to make sacrifices, but most importantly, we have a national development plan which guides us. It gives us the right path, and it considers all this. We have laws. That's how I would answer that one. Secondly, tree planting. I think it was Manse who realized that my submission, action plans, I didn't talk of tree planting, which is very critical. But I'm happy that Mr. Aaron Kiza mentioned something to that. And secondly, for me, I left it out deliberately to provoke you and to see whether you are attentive and you can actually bridge some gaps. So I'm very happy that you are coming up with some ideas to supplement what we have already stated. Concern, Mr. Secretary's concern, I think you have answered that. I have talked of Reham factory and the noise pollution in Kawempe. All those are very important concerns, and I'm very happy that our mayor is here and already also listening. I don't want to invite into that. That is majorly now for the mayor, I think, as the political head of Kawempe, will say something and will give us a clear sense of direction. Poverty. Yes, I think that is to me, it's very, very important. You can't talk about, you can't fight the pollution when poverty is so intense. I think that's how I get it. Paraphrasing what my young brother said. Don't forget that all that we say are under the ambit of Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goals, we have 17 goals, but they can be summed into 5 statements. 1, ending poverty is a priority. And by the way, how can you end poverty when people are becoming sick every day? Because that will the population. So you need to maintain a healthy group of people to fight poverty. So poverty, I think it is well shown in the Sustainable Development Goals, and it has that kind of challenge. I think I better stop on that and leave Alon also to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that supplementary notes. And in the chance of Council Aaron, there is a participant online technical team. I highly take note of that. You're online for this number of hours. Some people log in and they leave. You call the person, they are not there. You've seen instances, somebody is dressed smartly with a coat and a necktie, and down is in a shirt. So if you're still there and following and you'd like to submit, let me give you a priority before we welcome His Worship, Dr. Emmanuel, our beloved mayor, to give us a submission. He has dropped. Yeah, still those are the challenges of technology, but it evolves. For us who are in the years of 70s, computers were rare. Okay. I would like to welcome Mr. Mugume Stephen, the Executive Director of Action Coalition on Climate Change, to welcome Mayor to speak to us. When you see on the program, you see the official closer, but Mayor will not be closing. He's giving his remarks, and we continue with this discussion. He has other engagements at the Parliament, and we need to let him go. Maybe he will put a voice on what he has picked here. So it's my pleasure to welcome you, sir, and do this noble cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Asiwe. The hosts, both the technical team and your leaders who offer you guidance. Mayor, sir, you are also the host, but at a higher echelon of political placement. My English is usually abrasive, so you have to be attentive. Then presenters from all walks of life and training backgrounds. And most important of us all in this room, the young people, the fortunate young people who are part of this important audience. Mayor, sir, I'm Mugume Stephen, a man of all seasons, a professional teacher of science, biology and chemistry, an environmentalist, and a consultant with the Ministry of Agriculture in as far as training and skilling of young people is concerned. So my role is to transform university graduates into practical citizens, from bookish, practical way of doing things. So I'm a transformer. When I was at Makerere University, before all of you were born, the mayor is nearly my age mate. In my language, we have the saying that who follows an old man so directly is equally as old as that elder brother. Even in statistical terms, interval 0 to 4, 5 to 9, those people are usually clustered together as equals. The whole, all the places around Makerere campus, Makerere was the only built-up area. Even buildings had not replaced trees. So to say, Makerere was more forested, had more trees than buildings, had more trees than the university population of students and lecturers. But what do we find now? From Namungona here through to Nansan, all that was a thick forest with food and cash crops. Kanyanya and all this other place where my sister is coming from, it was all a forested zone. While we brag that Kampala has expanded to 21 years without sparing the valleys, we must have to consider the biodiversity loss, the wealth of living resources, including what we call below ground biodiversity that is responsible for food and cash crops. So, Mayor, sir, since you are near my age mate, And we may have been at university almost around the same time. And now you are a big person. I usually meet you on the portraits of political contestants. I'm happy now to meet you at such a close rate. You have the challenge to live in an era and lead in an era where we are more or less standing into the desert. When I fly into the country from Europe and the pilot is getting the bearing to the airport, and I am seated by the window, I usually think this is like a city in the desert. And our ways, we remove a macrophytic, I'm a botany student, graduate, macrophyte are these visible trees differentiated into roots, stems, and branches and leaves. We remove a spermatophyte, a flowering plant, to replace it with a grass called palm tree. Contradiction. The rate of carbon fixations, carbon sequestration by a flowering tree is not anyhow equated with a grass called palm tree or sugarcane in the case of dong, because a flowering tree is what we call have, what we say to have a carbon 3, C3 carbon fixation pathway, and which is very efficient. And these grasses, they are carbon 4, C4. Then the cactus, we call them polyslastian acid plants, CAM, acid metabolism plants. They are there. That's why they survive even in the desert environment. So, Mayor, I usually pity you to lead our people at a time when environment has been desecrated through a term what we call gentrification of land. Gentrification of land is the term used to state that originally all hitherto occupied places, complete with all requirements for survival of mankind, that land has been encroached upon by the well-to-do. They have chased away the original inhabitants to the extent that those who persist and persevere are the urban poor that contribute a lot to further degradation and also crime rate in the city. You will have to interest yourself to reading around the same subject and see how gentrification of land has affected your division and indeed all the divisions of Kampala. I'm happy at this juncture as we tend towards the end to celebrate, to be a celebrant over this occasion of inviting you to address these young people, majority of them the age of your children, including the last born if you are no longer active. I have been into that business for the last 12 years, so I don't know how the crying of a baby is, because my last born is in P7. Please, sir, thank you for being part of this occasion. Here is the microphone for you to address the audience. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much for that befitting welcome to the mayor, and that recognition is very much appreciated. So Dr. Maguma and the entire Pan-African Club, Dr. I didn't get your name properly, Dr. James Chimera Mulangira, and the moderator. I can see quite a number of leaders in the congregation, honorable councillors. You know, as a councillor, you remain a councillor. We are honorable members. The SHP, and the Judge Awangi. Thank you so much for persevering and remaining in leadership. I know what it takes to spend time in such workshops. It takes a lot, and it takes a lot of your time, but this is for the community. Thank you so much. And all participants. I'm Dr. Emmanuel Serubeji Owedembe,
Mayor wa division ye Kawempe. Allow me to commend Pan-African. This is a club was introduced to me in Kawempe division. He came and I insisted on knowing it more. And I told them, you come again. He gave me a concept. I took time to read it. And that's how I became to connect with them. Thank you so much. And it's such a humble non-government organization. Whatever you request, they present it. There are so many GOs which are even chased in the division because of non-compliance with our terms. But at least the Pan-Africa is commended, and I thank you so much for whatever you are doing. So members, happy Environment Day to you all. And at least I would have liked to stay up to the end, but the schedule is too fixed. And I had to squeeze in some few minutes to be here. But the workshop and whatever is going on is very important. More so to the youth, the younger people. It's very important. I'm not saying it's not important to us and Dr. Raguma, but to all of us, but to the younger people, it's very important. And when we talk about environment, to the younger people, I want to encourage you to fight more, to fight harder. Because we are trying to come up, this is another generation which is, it's a generation. Generations comes and go. But what have you done for the next generation or for incoming generation? And what you have to do, you do it now when you are still energetic. When you still have time to move around to contribute to this fight. Because when you start aging, at times the responsibilities and the energy also. No one should ever deceive you that as you age, then the more you age, the more you get more energy. No. That's when you start waking up, or maybe at 10, whereas you used to wake up at 6. So what you need to do, and in our saying in Uganda here, we have a saying that enviri enzirugavu zikole enjeru. So the black hair fight harder for the gray hair. By the time the gray hair comes, then you have prepared something. So if you want to do something visible, if you want to create a legacy, you will create it at this age. So that by the time you age, people will be just talking of what you did. So a better environment is good for all. We as leaders, we are also fighting hard to make sure that a better environment is sustained. And we have plans, quite a number of them, inclusive of the Kampala City or the Kampala Capital City Development Plan, a physical plan of 2040, which is named 2040, what the city will look like in 2040, and so many other programs. But who are supposed to steer those programs? You should interest yourself in all those programs. And it's good we have KCC employees here and staff. I think they'll take you through, if you have time, through all those arrangements we have. We are fighting hard to make the city livable to all, if we are to achieve that. The young people are very influential and resourceful as far as that issue is concerned. There's a time I came up with an idea of having such programs, workshops for environment in schools and even in primary schools. Because what you learn in primary at times, people tend to keep them. Can we come up with a strategy of making sure that we have such workshops in primary school? And I thank the funders of this project. We should ask for more and more and more. But one of the more we are asking for is to have, because we are trying to come up with a better generation. I always tell people that the Sahara Desert you are looking at, it was not like that before, or 20 years back, 50 years back. But it's coming down. When you look at the maps, you better ask some people to compare the maps of 50 years back and where it is now. You agree with me that it's coming downwards. And if we don't fight harder, it might take up maybe the whole of Africa. Now the onus is on us who are here now. As young as you are, just know that time will come for you to have children and grandchildren. But if we are to relax and not join the fight for a better environment, what will happen to our grandchildren? And they will blame you, or they will blame us. Maybe we did not do enough to make sure that they get better environment. So fighting for a better environment, we can't treat it just as, for those who are working in environmental organizations, it's not just a job. For leaders, it's not just something for the community to recognize you as an environmentalist. But it's for the good of your future and your children and your family. Don't treat it as a job. For those who are working in those organizations, it's for your future. It's for our future. Not even for the government. Not even for Kawempe division. Kawempe division will fight hard to make sure that the Kawempe it becomes resilient to environment. But that should be passed over to you, to your children. So the other issue where I'm fighting and lobbying to have such workshops and other workshops in primary schools. I thought of a scenario when I'm moving around. I see people littering in the city. Some are in taxis. Someone has a bottle like this just to throw through a window. And I ask myself, who is that? And what is he? What does his conscience tell him as far as the environment is concerned? A grown-up person. But think of a scenario where you have a child in the car and you litter, then the child tells you that it's bad to litter. It degrades the environment. And the only way that child will get the information is through such workshops and when we take them to primary schools. Because when a child tells you, Daddy, what you have done, oh, Mommy, what you have done is not, it's not good for the environment. Maybe people will start, because we have talked a lot in our radio programs. People are talking about industries in Kawempe division. We have now embarked on detailed neighborhood planning so that we get a better and environmental friendly city. But someone mentioned about corruption. We are still fighting that. And we will continue. The fight is still on. Much as we plan and put things on paper, then when it comes to implementation, times people take their time because it's interfering in their business and the rest. We have a lot as far as the policy formulation is concerned and planning is concerned, Doctor. I can assure you, the time you come and we have a chat, maybe you get some time, I can show you some of the policies and the plans we have. I'll take you through the neighborhood planning, our development plans we have, the physical planning, development plan 2040 and the rest, but putting them into practice is now a problem. Corruption is also there. Entrenching on someone's earning is also there. There are so many. So we need each other. We want to have Pan-Africa and the participants, because I can say leaders here. Can we join the fight? It needs all of us. And when it comes to younger people, I'm happy we have young people here. When it comes to young people, you always aggressive. Join us. And it's your right to claim and to demand. In other countries, younger people demand better environment. And the demand program, they demand, they say, now, today, from today, I'm not inciting you, but I'm telling you what you are supposed to do as a contribution to the fight for a better environment. It's a political, of course. But as you fight, you don't rule out being perceived as a politician. And who is a politician? Every human being is a political animal. You are aware of that. And the politics at times is a better avenue to drive points to the end. Because you might say as much as, but at the end of the day, it ends up what? A political desk somewhere. So you join us. We talk about industries. One of the leaders mentioned it clearly that in some industries are for people who are untouchable. There is a factory which was constructed in a wetland in the Kawempe division. I wrote about 5 letters to the extent of writing even to SFC when it was mentioned that SFC are the one guarding it. And it was constructed up to the end. It was completed and it's now there. That's the one in no one was in that class, I think. Maybe the community development officer was there by then when we had Opoloti, the China factory which is in Komamboga. I fought. But at the end of the day, I had people talking about some factories discharging wastewater and the rest in the drainages. Yes, we have them. And we write letters. Maybe we need a different forum where people will perceive it as a political. Because when I read letters and people, and those people who are fighting, they say, that is a political move. Maybe because he's a politician. But when they visit my home, I can tell you, I'm a champion of the environment. Even my home, I ceased from using charcoal. Those charcoal stove, the normal charcoal stove. I use environmental friendly charcoal. I built my own, and I use briquettes. They're at my home. They can tell you. Then they appreciate and say, yes, let the mayor fight for a better environment. But when you write a letter drawing their attention on something which is draining the advocacy, then they say that is politics. So members, we should join hands together. I'm happy we have such conferences. And they should be, we should have them regularly in different categories. The leaders, the young people, the children, those who are in schools, and even the parliament. Someone was asking himself where the members of parliament are. They should also participate. Maybe the next time we'll have them. What fails on the ground, maybe might succeed at the parliamentary level. We talked about the district environmental and the natural resources committee. That's what we are working on, and I can tell you that we'll have that. Tested for the chair, and then we had few misunderstandings or misinterpretation of the law, where we had, it was just a minor, but we had to solicit for Attorney General's advice, and soon, and the Attorney General guided, and we won because we were right. There are some people who were brought to vote and they were not voters. And we insisted that these are not voters. So, in the next few weeks, if not days, we'll have that committee in place. Maybe the absence of that committee also has contributed a lot as far as degrading the environment is concerned. People talked about wetland restoration. No one is fighting wetland restoration. Those in the country, if someone is in a place, has been in a wetland, let's say it's a wetland, and the authorities were there by the time the man encroached on the wetland, maybe, or he bought, and some people have titles. Some people were on that land even before the law came into force. And now you are coming with caterpillars to destroy that. That one is a violation of human rights. Apart from sensitizing those people, which again that authority has failed. If we are to compensate those people, maybe by now we would have been witnessing a better place, maybe a large scale of environment or wetlands. But the way they come, like they came the other 2 weeks, 2 weeks back. And you see, I don't know if some of you got a chance of gazing at a clip where someone had decided to go in a trailer. There was a mother who wanted to go and try, and it was a child who saved her. Out of frustration. What he has worked for has gone. The building is destroyed, and she has nowhere to go. Why do we treat people like that? Much as we want to restore the wetlands. So I think that committee, much as it's regarded as an agency of the environment, the authority that is the NEMA, but I think we'll do a lot as far as joining hands and working with the community to fight degradation is concerned. So members, thank you so much for inviting me to this workshop. I'm looking forward for a continuous working relationship where we'll have more time maybe to interact and see how best we can evolve. But take it from me that Kawempe Division leadership is in support of working with you and joining and mobilizing people to fight for a better place, a better environment, community. As I wind up, allow me to take the same opportunity. Maybe I would have started with that, because I see quite a number of residents of Kawempe. Thank you so much for entrusting me with another term of leadership in the Kawempe Division. Thank you so much. And I pray to serve you better than I've ever served. Because, you know, the reason why I was voted in is because of my hard work. Yeah, I've served the Kawempe Division. And I'm proud of what I've done so far, ever since I joined the leadership of Kawempe Division. And what you have done, because when I requested for another term, and the support was overwhelming. If we had to go really by what was coming out of the field, I was the first, the second, and the third, if we had to calculate. Because I had, by the time I went to the Carry Center, I had 28,000 votes. And for sure, none of my contenders had even 5,000, based on the documents I had. But they started adding on votes at the Carry Center. You all saw what happened. And maybe they pushed him up to the tune of 18,000 votes, but they were not there, sure. Even if we had to audit the elections, you know, there's a section of government which doesn't want to hear audit. When you talk about audit, then that's the double. But other countries, after elections, and some people are saying maybe they are not in agreement with whatever was announced, they can institute an audit and they say what happened. But for sure, I thank you and I pray to serve you better than I've ever served. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause to this worship. Thank you very much, and for the commitment for us to work with you, but also with your council, and the pledge of support you're giving to the parliament, to the park, not parliamentary committee, and we are open to working with you. And His Worship reiterated on the importance of working with various stakeholders at all levels. If an issue fails at parish level, it can be amplified to other levels, up to the parliamentary levels. And personally, I would like to thank you, to say that I was even proud to listen for the small
acts of action that you do to champion the stewardship of environment protection, like burning charcoal in your home. It is those small acts that matter. Young people, don't wait to turn the axis of this world. Don't wait to see that you wait to see that you're the president of this country. It is those small actions that matter, and they matter now, isn't it? I've been informed that the mayor is leaving us, but also there are young people who would like to ask you 3 questions at most that I will take. You respond, then I will be going to the honorable member, Silas. In no particular order, if you have a question, I'll remove the mic myself. A minute is enough.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Sebakala. I would like to thank our mayor, Mr. Seru Joji, a very approachable man and a man of his word, for the times I've come to his office. So my first question is, as you stated that you made many steps to try and fight, you wrote many letters to the concerned authorities, but all in vain. So what are your plans in this term so that you can get a further hearing so that everything can be get sorted? And my last word is, since you are a supreme leader, you are mayor of Kawempe, everything starts from the zonal layer. We have the chairmans where the chairpersonnels, they sell land to people in the swampy areas. But how are you going to engage them so that such cases reduce? Or because you talked that you say that the government has got hand in hand with NEMA, they're trying to demolish the houses that were allocated in areas that were not appropriate. So that means it's a deficiency in the zonal layer, or the LT zones, LT1 zones from the base, that you did engage them to advise the citizens or the residents where they should properly allocate their houses or where they should construct their houses. So what are the steps that you're going to take in this term as we entrusted you as our mayor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question 2, there is a lady at the back in the maroon attire. Be brief, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Nelbanga Shamina, a student at Makerere. My first question is, youth are the hardest hit by climate change, yet the least responsible for causing it. What specific policies would you propose to address these imbalances? And the second one is, how does the concept of distributional justice apply to communities like Kawempe Division that live near industrial pollution sources? And the last one is, if schools without discharge permits, if schools operate without discharge permits, what does that tell us about how seriously environmental regulations are enforced in Uganda today? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shamim. Okay. A minute, please. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Diama Prince. My question rolls back to land. I come from Makerere University, Chikomi to be specific, and most of the land around the Makerere University is looked at as the university property.
And in one of the arguments that have been reoccurring lately is the danger of Chikume becoming a slum. So they are looking at a way of reducing the population there. So in the fight for poverty, in the fight against poverty, where they have been already, where KCCA has already been testing people and vendors near the roadsides, and now that they are also trying to reduce the population in these areas, how are you as the mayor of Kawempe going to help solve this problem? Because Makerere University and Chikume also are under Kawempe division. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will stop at that. I will suggest to pick one question from the asked from question that were given to Mayor. I will bank it for Honorable Silas about policies. Maybe if you can give us information on bylaws, but for policies, let me bank it for Honorable Silas. You're most welcome, His Worship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members. Yeah, what steps have we taken? Make sure that the youth join. Yeah, much as we would like to have a number of sensitization, because in fact that one will go along with those which are calling for more policies. We have quite a number of policies which are friendly to the youth and who they used to join some of the activities, mostly these. But most of them have failed. Now what we want is the will. Can we have the leadership with a will of engaging the young people to join the fight? And that's why I'm here. Yeah, policies are good and they are always on paper, but the best of all is to talk to lobby and to sensitize you about what you are supposed to do, to talk to you about. And like in Weyonja, I can tell you, I can give you an example. By the time I became a mayor, we used to witness cholera in Kawempe division. And at that time we had an executive director by the name of Mcharamusi, who used to imprison whoever is found faulty of any of the laws that she had put in place. But it did not work. Still, we are still getting cholera in Kawempe division. But the strategy I used is just to interact with people. Can we interact with those people? Can we talk to the people? And it has worked. The Weyonja program is after talking. It's about talking with people. So I'm here to lobby you young people and to ask you young people to take it up wherever you are. Come up with some programs. Like now, Parkers come with this one. Write proposals. I'm ready to support you and to recommend you to fund us. Because with the policies, we have quite a number of them. And it is true. Even at the leadership levels, we have affirmative action for the young people. But where are the youth councillors here? Here we have a councillor for two youth councillors at the division and 2 at the district. But they are not here. I had a councillor for the division is here. That's good. That's good. And this is the councillor at the district. That's good. And these are the people to help you. These are the people. Sorry, Honorable Councillor. It's because they are new. And you are too. Both of you. Wonderful. You know, whenever the mayor comes in, you introduce yourself because you have just come. In fact, I saw them once at the swear at the first council we had. So I'm very sorry, members, you are here. And this is so interesting. These are the people to lobby and to fight for the young people. But at least as a mayor, I always engage. And those are some of the programs I'm talking about. Can we have such programs starting at the primary level? That is a strategy of engaging young people. Yes, I've written a number of letters, and at times I don't get a response and no action is taken. Then I will resort to the other issue. You are aware of that. I don't want to say Pan-Africa incited people. At the times when people fail to hear, then they will not fail to see what is in action. You get me, young people? That the LOCs who sell land, of course, that committee will also be obliged to make sure that sensitization are intensified. Intensify the sensitization. Some local leaders are aware of what they are doing. Some are not aware. And some are just demoralized because of poverty, and they know, they sell those land well knowing that they are assisting someone to encroach on wetland. And they wait for the outcome, which will come into later on. But now I'm saying, now that we have leaders, LOCs, and we have a number of them I can see, Chianja, chairmans here, and other zones, in our forums, we should continue talking to the LOCs to desist from selling land in wetland, because we might not be in position to sell them when time for demolitions comes up. Yeah, what measures have we taken to assist those people who are victims as a result of restoration of wetlands? Yes, as I told you, we went to NEMA. We are drawing the attention of NEMA that what they are doing is illegal. We have the law, much as we don't have a committee. And those are the reasons why we are fighting to have that committee in place, so that when we speak, they don't perceive us as politicians, but as members of a committee which is legally constituted. We are going to make sure that that committee goes on. But still, we advise those people even to go in course of law. And we also approach some of the lawyers who are ready to help those people whose houses were destroyed illegally. What I call them illegally, they were destroyed illegally because there was no compensation. On industries which discharge in drains, which of course you have mentioned some. On Uruuka, I also went to Uruuka myself. I'm happy someone was being praised for fighting, for handling that issue. I also went to Uruuka, not only Uruuka, a number of factories. I've visited a number of factories. Nsamba was also discharging waste. That coffee factory, and a number of them. We tell them, but still we need the young people like you to also join. And the Pan-Africa is one of the groups which have come up, and we welcome. To the low-income earners, yes, you have heard. You now have 4 pillars. And my leadership, whenever I go in elections, and I don't feel shy to tell the people that this is my 4 principles where I base my leadership. Development of the division and its people, uplifting the standards of education in Kawempe division, uplifting the standard of health in Kawempe division, and fighting for human rights in Kawempe division. I fought. In many cases, they always see me and hear my programs, drawing the attention of the residents about their human rights. And I'm the only mayor who has constituted a human rights committee at the division in Kampala, because there is one in Wachiso district, but I have it in Kampala. And I'm happy I have some councillors here. the term is coming to an end, and you are responsible for renewing that committee, the Human Rights Committee. And I'm one of the leaders who said no. Yes, it's true, we want to have orderly city, smart city, yes, where people can trade. And no one wakes up when one day and decide I want to trade from the street. No one. It's the environment which brings people to find themselves on the street. Everyone would love to be in a supermarket, maybe in arcades and the rest. The amount of money someone has directs where him or her where to trade from. And some ends up in Chikumi Chikumi. Who would love to see hotel? Hotels on Chikumi Chikumi, maybe still people will benefit from that. And this city is for all. The well-to-do, the rich, and the low-income earners. I said there's no one is no poverty. No people are poor. There's no poverty in the city. There's no people who are poor. I can't say that someone is poor. And you are in Kampala? No. You're just a low-income earner. Low-income earner, because no one can fail to earn something in Kampala. In Kampala City. But we should have policies which are friendly to low-income earners. And I'm against such enforcements like the one the member mentioned about. And I told them, before we evict some road vendors and the rest, why don't we plan for them first? As KCC, we have only one market in Kawempe division. Only one. But what can one market do to the people of Kawempe? 542,000 people. Isn't that what the RCC told us? Leave alone the UBOS statistics. But the RCC, maybe he got it from the president's office. And we are fighting. We say we are under, our numbers we are under declared. We've been fighting until recently when the RCC came from the office of the president and told us Kawempe division will have 542,000 people. So you could imagine, what can one market do? So we depend on such perceived illegal markets like a Kalere markets. They are all not gazetted and the rest. And how do they start? Like a Chikumi start. Like the evening vendors start. So I'm saying, can we construct markets? Where are the markets for those people before we exercise the enforcement part of it? Where are the markets? Let's construct the markets. One time, when I'm 7 said he's going to construct artisan parks in divisions, and I'm still waiting for one in the Kawempe division since 2015. That's when he promised people artisan parks. And then 2021, he said 2 markets in each division. We are yet to get one. Then you wake up one day and enforce. My advice would be, let's talk to those people to see how best they can carry on their business as we plan for them, as we construct the markets. I think I've exhausted all the questions. Thank you so much, members. And I'm looking forward to have more, maybe on a later date, because it's time for me to leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you very much, His Worship Dr. Emmanuel, for the knowledgeable remarks, but also what you added on questions and in terms of information on how young people can be engaged. You gave us the strategies that you've been using, what has worked and what has not worked, and plans to see what will inform your next course of actions. And This question, I think it will form part of what we seek to be answered in the report. Schools that discharge without permits, what can be done? I take this singular honor, members, I'll do this while standing for the good of my health, but also as a sign of respect. To welcome our keynote speaker. Before he comes, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Agon Silas is a member of parliament for Kumi municipality and is a respected leader in environmental and sustainable development governance. And I have to tell you this at national level and international level. Currently, he serves as the global chairman of the Global Parliamentary Water Network, providing leadership on parliamentary engagement in water security, environmental sustainability, and climate resilience across this globe. At national level, he serves as the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum on WASH. And I tell you this, that he has been instrumental in advancing dialogue and collaboration on aspects of WASH. But also to note this, I don't know if he's aware, but during the recent Uganda Water and Environment Week, he was part of the efforts to reconstitute and strengthen the multi-stakeholder working group on integrated water resources management. He participated in the high-level panel discussion that happened at the Ministry of Water and Environment. So this forum will be bringing together stakeholders across diverse sectors to support the sustainable management of water resources in our country. His leadership and commitment to advancing water security, environmental stewardship, and sustainable development makes him exceptionally and well placed to give us this keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, here physically and virtually, please join me in warmly welcoming Honorable Silas Abon to deliver his keynote address. You're most welcome, Honorable.
I think it's already a good afternoon. I want to request that you all stand up. Those who've been sitting for a long time. Sorry, I'm the one giving the keynote, but I'm a volleyball. Yeah, I've been in Lugogo. I play in the morning before anything so that I stay young and energetic. So let us stretch a little. I will deliver the keynote. Stretch. It's part of the keynote. The other we are awake, we can sit. We can clap. Yeah, we must make this event very lively. It's a big day, a day when we are celebrating the World Environment Day. It's very, very important. Let's clap to God for that. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you for the remarks, for the compliments. It's unfortunate that his worship the mayor has stepped out. And yet there are issues that I thought I should have told you. For instance, whenever I use this northern bypass, you find streams of water, but it's filthy water, dirty water. And I thought there's something that we can do together to make sure that we clean up and enjoy the water. Normally people want to sit near or next to water. Even when we go to hotels and it's a water body aside, somebody will ask, give me a room where I can be able to view the water. Haven't you heard about that? Yeah. So that is not written of my keynote. That was just by the way, but I welcome you to this very important meeting.
The time has well gone. Allow me to apologize that I came a little late because of political responsibilities here and there in the constituency, but also in Kampala here. So I joined Parliament in 2016. I was still a young man, very energetic like you, most of you. And then I joined the first committee was Natural Resources Committee. Parliament is like a university. You learn so many things. When you join committees, if you are active and if you are always in the plenary, you get to learn so many things. By the time you finish a term of office of 5 years, I can tell you, you'll be like a university graduate, but who is all around. And you nearly have the correct answer for almost every question that the citizen will ask you from you. But if you are not active and you want to be pushed, then you will always miss. So I joined first 2016 and as an independent. And it's not easy to win by here as an independent. You can clap for me also, so that I feel good. Yeah. The Natural Resources Committee. Then after that, I also joined the Government Assurances and Implementation Committee, a committee responsible for following up to make sure that whatever government promises, they fulfill. So all these promises that the mayor was talking about, there's a committee in Parliament where you get stuck about getting in touch with the president. You come to Parliament and then that committee will follow up on your behalf. So I wanted to say these things, but unfortunately, because of time, you have to step out. Also belonging to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government. All these environmental challenges belong to those local governments everywhere in this. Because I love sports a lot, that's my area. And I am not ashamed to declare that I am an ardent Arsenal supporter. I have heard the president complain about the Ugandans and the youth following Arsenal all the time. I said, for me, I cannot even listen to them, I cannot even. But for me, to the contrary, I have a different view. That club has helped us to mobilize the youth. So we will take advantage of the mobilization, natural mobilization, to now say, what do we do together? For us who are Arsenal, what can we do around environment? In Kawempe, for instance. If we say today, let us paint the streets of Kawempe red, the red of Arsenal, not the red of Nope, to go and act on issues of environment, I can tell you, people will come willingly from the bottom of their hearts, not by coercion, but by the power of football. And you will see things what happen. And that is how things will be transitioned from the other side of football to the side of what? Environment. So there is a lot of importance that is attached to those clubs. And football has its own what? Power. Clubs have their power. Sports has its own what? Power. So I think soon I would love to find a way of informing the president that if football has helped us to mobilize the youth, what can we deliver to the Arsenal fans? Hey, what is it that we can do? For instance, if we are doing a PDM, give specific PDM for youth who are in Arsenal. Give them their what? Money. Give us our PDM for Arsenal. Will not be a mistake. Hey, Arsenal fans, PDM something, and we get our money. We decide what to do and we progress. Don't you think it will work? So for Man U, you have to wait until you also win what? A trophy. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to mobilize what? Your team. So I think for me, that is the thing. So I have served in the Committee of Education and Sports, but also now I serve on the Committee of Park Central. So we are people who are responsible for questioning people on matters of what? Accountability. But like you have always had the wins here and there. Those challenges are across the globe. Issues of corruption are everywhere. Allegations, counter-allegations, accusations, counter-accusations, whether it's true or false, we are all responsible as citizens. Whatever we do, we must remain accountable to society. Hallelujah. It's the Holy Spirit that says, you go and preach. I think I'm passing a message. That is what I'm passing to. Allow me now to go to the keynote. Is it okay? Yeah. You will excuse me because the people that I might be addressing in terms of the protocol might be already out of this place. The chairperson or chairman of Pan-African Club, the town clerk of Kawempe Division,
His Worship, the Mayor of Kawempe Division. First of all, the honorable members of Parliament. I was told of 2 or 3 members who came. They have left. How many MPs came? 2. 2 is a big number. 2 is what? A big number. Because I can tell you, even having just one voice like mine, it's big enough. What matters is what I do, what I can do. If I go to the House, can I speak up on these issues? Will the House capture that and front it so that things can move? So having just one member of Parliament, but also that member knowing what they are supposed to do and doing it well, good, and things will move. So I think we're in the right place. I want to salute them in absentia. I expected to have 5 MPs here. The Honorable Mercy, who is the National Female Youth MP, sent her apologies. She got an engagement, I think, somewhere, but there's somebody representing her. You are the one. Please, it is the one. Please rise up for recognition. So you shouldn't say that Parliament is not represented. We are here fully. We came as a team, not alone. You can see. Any other member of Parliament represented? Not there. So I expected to have 5. So we have 5 youth members of Parliament, those who are representing directly the youth. They would have been here, but the Parliament is a very busy institution. Sometimes it is upon you to decide what your priority is. Today, my priority was to be with you here. I took that decision and I'm going to stay here. I'm not going to be in a hurry that after delivering the keynote, I'll step out immediately. No, that is not me. When I need to do something, I stay there. Yeah, if we are going to sleep here, show me my room, I will stay. Allow me to go straight away, because I know time is already not on our side. It is a great honor to join you as keynote speaker at this youth conference on climate justice and environmental governance. I commend the Pan-African Club for convening this timely dialogue that brings together youth, policymakers, practitioners, and experts in the spirit of collaboration and action. In the spirit of what? Collaboration and action. Because what has beaten us normally is lack of what? Collaboration and action. The significance of this day cannot, I'm particularly pleased that the conference is taking place on World Environmental Day. Today, people across the globe are reflecting on our collective responsibility to protect the environment, safeguard natural resources, and build a more sustainable future for present and future generations. Some people want to do things for their benefit today, they even forget about the what? The future generations. I am particularly pleased that this conference is taking place on World Environment Day. Today, people across the globe are reflecting on our collective responsibility to protect the environment, safeguard natural resources, and build a more sustainable future for the present and future generations. The significance of this day cannot be overstated. The environment is not an abstract concept. It is the air we breathe, the water we drink, the soil that supports agriculture, the wetlands that protect us from floods, and the ecosystems that sustain life itself. When the environment is protected, communities thrive. When it is degraded, the consequences are felt first and most severely by the ordinary citizens, particularly vulnerable communities. And that you can improve. If you look around Kampala, you see the poor people cannot get a plot of land in Luyenga, the raised areas in the cities. No, they have to be in the lowlands. They are the ones who suffer when the flood is what? Come. All the fields that come from up there, they are the ones to absorb. And that is dangerous. Although environmental challenges are global, their impact is deeply local, felt in our communities, our households, and our daily lives. This is why today's conversation is both timely and necessary. The theme of the conference, advancing youth-led policy engagement and legal empowerment for climate justice, captures an important truth. Young people are not passive beneficiaries of development. They are active partners in shaping it. Across Uganda and beyond, young people are already at the forefront of environmental awareness, innovation, and advocacy. This is encouraging and must be strengthened through knowledge, organization, and empowerment. However, meaningful participation requires more than just passion. It requires access to information, engagement with institutions, and legal empowerment. Legal empowerment enables citizens to understand their rights and responsibilities, to engage constructively with decision makers, and to demand accountability through lawful means. This strengthens governance and improves public trust. I can tell you, members who are gathered here, even just on social media now, we are able to change things. I think you have witnessed it of recent. If we took on an issue and just take a photo of a certain place which is messed up, put it on social media and everybody is talking about that, I can tell you there is no way these days in this era that government can turn away its eyes from that point. They've got to look at it and act. That is it. So what is needed is information. We need information, we need empowerment, we need capacity building, we need to understand, we need data, we need evidence, we need action. And that is what helps us to come up. Too often, it is vulnerable communities, low-income households, women, children, who suffer the most from pollution, environmental degradation. This reality calls for shared responsibility among government. We need shared responsibility. Shared what? There is a comedian called Teacher Who. He says, shared what? You also say responsibility. Unless you are dosing, the people at the back, are you dosing? Shared what? Responsibility. We don't want a dark class. The shared what? Responsibility. Because if someone tells you they came to look out for the noise makers in Kawempe, they captured the speakers for the public address systems, the radios. Somewhere around the roundabout, they pick up, brought back the what? The system to the owners. That was not shared responsibility. So for me, we need to be really together. How I wish even police was engaging with the community together at all levels, also together with the parliament, the councillors are here, with the youth, with the students, everybody. There would be no way one of us would just decide to backtrack and do that thing. So shared responsibility is very important. We need it. And that is what will propel us to a greener and better future. Strengthening environmental governance. As a member of parliament, I have observed that environmental governance cannot be achieved by any single institution alone. It's impossible. That governance, that we leave it only to Kawempe division, is it possible? Kawempe division needs the police. The police need the support of parliament. When they don't have money for action, who appropriates? Parliament. We need to give them what? Money. We need the support of NEMA. We need the support of the president. If the president comes to TV and tells people that now from today, we don't want to see ABCD, I can tell you, people focus their attention. So, everybody must act and we need to work in unison. Parliament, government, agencies, local authorities, civil society, academia, the private sector, and communities all have distinct but interconnected. Distinct but interconnected. Just like God has given us various talents. You don't know what I am good at, but there's also another person who is good at another thing. So never despise anybody in this world. All of us have something. Any of us has something unique, all these things that they can deliver better. But all we need to do is to interlink. Yeah, so that we deliver as a unit. And I can tell you, the results will be superb. When they work in isolation, challenges persist. But when they work together, you know they see great results. And that is the truth. This is why platforms such as this one, this conference, are important. They create space for dialogue between decision makers and citizens, and between policy and lived experience. In communities, people have life experiences. If they share with you, you will appreciate. And in modern governance, participation is not optional. It is essential. Policies are strongest when they are informed by evidence and grounded in real community experiences. For this reason, young people must view civic engagement not as distant or symbolic, but also as a practical responsibility. Your voices matter. Your ideas matter. Your participation matters. Environmental governance will not be shaped only in parliament or government offices. It will also be shaped in communities, schools, and youth networks where citizens actively engage. Legal empowerment is central to this process. When citizens understand the systems that govern environmental protection, they are better able to advocate, participate, and hold institutions accountable. And I can tell you, I want to call upon everybody here. Pan Africa Club, thank you so much for this effort. There is no institution that is bigger than the citizens. There are individuals in institutions who tend to show like they are bigger than what? Citizens. It is a lie. I can tell you, when we are well informed and we know what belongs to us, and we demand as a collective community, that person will cow down. That I can assure you. So let's always work together, and you'll see what I've told you come to pass. Water affects health, agriculture, education, productivity, ecosystems, and even social stability. When water resources are polluted or wetlands degraded, communities suffer and development is undermined. This is why water resource protection must remain a national priority. If you go to places like Dubai, even on the air, most of you are going to Dubai. Those who are going to Dubai, you first put it up your hand. Only one person. So it is unfair that there is a war raging between US and Iran, and I think most people are now fearing to go to Dubai because of those effects. But I can tell you, when you look at the level of drought, I think it's a desert. Eh? You say, Dubai is a desert. Yes. Hey, for us, we are very lucky that we can have a water, a spring well within the Kawep. I think I saw one time somewhere here. Water just comes out from the ground naturally. What a blessed country. We are so lucky. We should be clapping to God for that. It's not an easy thing. Yeah. The environmental challenges we discussed today are interconnected with the broader issues of health, food security, and urban development. What may appear as a local drainage issue or a contaminated water source is in fact part of a larger governance challenge requiring coordinated action. Climate justice, therefore, goes beyond environmental protection. It is about fairness, equity, and ensuring that vulnerable communities are not disproportionately affected by the environmental harm. No English on this time.
It is also about ensuring that the future generations inherit a country that is more sustainable than the one we inherited. Message for the young people from participation to leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore conclude. Let me speak directly to the young people gathered here today. Throughout history, every generation has been presented with defining challenges that ultimately shaped its character and contribution to society. I'm about to conclude. I hope you don't get power. Previous generations confronted struggles for independence, nation building, democratic governance, economic transformation, and social development. Your generation faces a challenge that is equally significant: safeguarding the environment and advancing sustainable development in an era of increasing climate and ecological pressures. The encouraging news is that the young people are not powerless in the face of these challenges. Indeed, I believe that no generation in history has possessed greater opportunities to influence public discourse, mobilize communities, access information, and contribute innovative solutions to young people of today. Across Uganda, young people are increasingly leading environmental campaigns, conducting research, leveraging technology, building social enterprises, but also promoting sustainable practices and engaging policymakers on issues that affect their communities. This conference is further evidence of that growing leadership. I'm about to wind up. I therefore encourage you to embrace your role, not merely as participants in discussions about climate justice, but as active contributors to the solutions our country requires. Be informed, be engaged, be constructive, and be persistent. And above all, remain committed to the values of integrity, dialogue, and responsibility, responsible leadership, responsible citizenship. Meaningful change rarely happens overnight. Progress often requires persistence, patience, consistency, and collaboration. However, history repeatedly demonstrates that informed and determined citizens can influence policies, strengthen institutions, and transform societies. Do not underestimate the power of your voice. This I want to call upon you. That voice has a power. 2, do not underestimate the value of your ideas. Those ideas are what? 3, and do not underestimate your capacity to contribute to positive change. It is possible because it begins with you. As you participate in today's discussions, I encourage you to move beyond identifying problems and focus equally on proposing practical solutions. Sometimes we want to propose, but we must propose solutions that are workable. Ask yourselves, what can we do as young people to strengthen environmental stewardship in our communities? I need somebody to explain exactly what stewardship means so that people can understand. When we talk about stewardship, environmental stewardship, kindly help me. I am not a good scientist, a good person in English. I need somebody to bring it home. When we talk about environmental stewardship, you give to an environmentalist and a scientist. Stewardship, environmental stewardship.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Stewardship means being a caretaker, being a guarantor, being a defender, and being somebody who is there through thin and thick for a cause, in this case, the environment.
Hallelujah.
Thank you so much. Can we say amen? Amen. I'm saying hallelujah, you are quiet. The Spirit touched you, the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. So stewardship. Be the keeper. Be the steward. The guarantor. The person, if environment is taken to court and they ask where the surety is, you are surety number 1. Be at that level. Guarantee the safety of environment. Be the parent. Be the compound. If you have to bring all those. Be the fence. Be the big gun to protect what? The environment. So we are meant to be stewards. So I was saying, ask yourselves, what can we do as young people? Young people to strengthen environmental stewardship in our communities. What is it that you can do? You don't need to be armed with any other thing. You can do it with what God has already given you. It is possible. What policy recommendations can we advance to decision makers? What do you think? What is your contribution? What do you think? What is your proposal? How can we promote greater accountability while maintaining constructive engagement? That word accountability in public discourse has disturbed many. I need somebody to explain. Is it about bringing receipts to be attached to those vouchers where we use for withdrawing money? What does this environmental accountability entail? Because people need to understand. We don't want to talk about the keynote, which may not be understood properly because of key terms. Thank you so much, Donepo. Environmental accountability entails ensuring transparency, ensuring that you give feedback, and ensuring there's efficiency in environmental governance, but also ensuring that you preserve the tenets of environmental safeguards and environmental standards as laid before the law.
Hallelujah. Say amen. Hallelujah. Now I'm getting converts. So the factories in Kawempe need to be accountable to the community of Kawempe. For instance, the discharge of what we call affluent, the one that it even smells, when they are manufacturing, some people don't take care. They even know that there is a law against doing what they are doing, but they don't care. Some of the things they do at night while you are what? Sleeping. That's not being accountable and transparent to your community. It's a wrong way of making profits. So they are making black profits or wrong profits or dirty profits because they are not accountable to the people. So for me, all of us must stay accountable. Let's be true stewards of the environment because we all benefit from the environment. Those natural assets are God given. Nobody should take them. Nobody owns them. They are for all of us. I want to salute you and end my keynote submission on that note. May God bless you for God and my country. What I was left with was one page, but what I observed from the mood is that it has been quite lengthy. So this one page I save it for myself. Or you want me to? I think we can leave it there. Yeah. The conclusion. Should I summarize? Yes, please. I was seeing like you are about to complain about time. It has been a little lengthy for the gathering. Okay, you'll allow me straight away to go to the conclusion and ignore the 1 or 2 paragraphs up there. So as I conclude, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to Pan-African Club. When was it formulated? 2012. So for a club to be an entity to be constituted and it survives and it stays, that's how many years now? 2012. That's how many years now? 8 plus 6, 14. Let us clap for them. So what does it mean? It means it's not a briefcase word entity. Those ones which are like this, sorry, even 1 year, it is good. So we appreciate you and congratulate you upon the milestone, reaching this far. That has been God's hand. Thank you so much. So as I conclude, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Pan-African Club for engaging in this timely
an important conference. And for not engaging but organizing this timely conference, and for its unwavering commitment to advancing youth leadership, environmental governance, and climate justice in Uganda. I also commend all the young people gathered here today. Thank you so much for gathering for this cause. A clap for ourselves. You know, let me tell you this. The more you clap, the more So I was saying for young people gathered here today for demonstrating a genuine commitment to engaging with the issues that will profoundly shape the future of our nation and our planet. The challenges posed by climate change, environmental degradation, and unsustainable development practices are among the defining issues of our time. Addressing them will require not only effective institutions and sound policies, but also responsible and actively engaged citizens. Sustainable environmental governance cannot be achieved through legislation alone. It must be supported by collective culture of stewardship and accountability and civic participation. When we talk of civic, what is civic? Key terms. So, where is our? Because I want the youth to understand when we talk about stewardship, accountability, civic engagement, what does civic engagement entail? Civic, not military. Civic. I didn't ask for the opposite, but the what?
Thank you so much, Honorable. Article 17 of the Constitution gives us, all of us as citizens, to directly create a clean and healthy environment.
Is that under chapter 4? Is that chapter 4 of the Constitution? Is it in the rights chapter?
Now I'm coming to chapter 4.
Yes.
Article 38 of the Constitution provides for civic engagement. Yes. Where an individual can participate directly in the governance issues, either as an individual or as an organization. And civic engagement entails multi-stakeholder engagement, collaboration, and partnership, where we engage lawfully, peacefully, but constructively.
Thank you. I hope you have picked something around that. So civic engagement. Sorry for always pausing a little, but I thought it would be very important that we move together and in unison, understanding key terms that help us to define what we're talking about, so that this conference carries more water. I think that is very, very important. So, allow me to come back to this and repeat. I was saying that the challenges posed by climate change, environmental degradation, and unsustainable development practices are among the defining issues of our time. Addressing them will require not only effective institutions and sound policies, but also informed, responsible, and actively engaged citizens. Sustainable environmental governance cannot be achieved through legislation alone. It must be supported by collective culture of stewardship, accountability, and civic participation. I firmly believe that the future of Uganda's environmental sustainability will be determined by the actions we take today. It will depend on our willingness to work together across sectors, generations, and communities to protect our natural resources, strengthen environmental accountability, and promote development that leaves no one behind. Let us therefore move forward with a renewed commitment and shared purpose, committed to building a Uganda where environmental protection and economic progress advance hand in hand, where every citizen enjoys the right to a clean, safe, and healthy environment, and where young people are recognized not merely as beneficiaries of development, but as leaders and partners in driving transformative change. As we commemorate World Environment Day. May today's discussions inspire practical action, stronger partnerships, and lasting solutions that will benefit present and future generations. I wish you productive deliberations and every success in your endeavors for God and my country. And thank you for the airtime and thank you for the attention. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let's do it in a very special way. Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Really, thank you very much once again for your insightful, inspiring, mind-cracking, participatory, engaging keynote. One of the few that I've had an opportunity to listen to, engaging also the audience, but also speaking to the realities. One thing that you've hinted on multiple times and other speakers have hinted it on, and I would like to remind us that environment governance cannot be achieved by any single institution. It was a strong call for collaboration amongst the stakeholders. So young people, as we move forward, you cannot achieve alone. No wonder one scholar said that if you want to walk fast, do what? Walk alone. If you want to go further. So as we conclude today's dialogue, several key messages really stand out. Climate justice is fundamentally about fairness and what? Accountability. But also environment governance shouldn't be viewed as a constraint to development, but rather an enabler of sustainable and inclusive growth. Then also, for young people, to achieve all that must be recognized not merely as beneficiaries of policy decision, but as partners and leaders in shaping the Uganda's climate and development futures. So we might be yearning to be at the table, to be part of the decision-making processes, not to wait to be the recipients. There will be creating a difference. Then another thing is, we've seen lessons from Kawempe about pollution, waste discharge. So this one shouldn't stop only in Kawempe. The message cuts across our Uganda, East Africa, and the world to understand that this challenge is cut across, but as we come to plan, we must look for sustainable local solutions, and we are responsible for that. So on my behalf, but also from the organization that I represented that gave me this opportunity, and on behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend this appreciation to our distinguished speakers, Dr. James Chimera, Council Aaron, and the keynote speaker, plus our Honorable MP, those who have been represented, the audience here physically, and those who are virtually attending, to the technical team. Thank you very much for contributing to this important discussion, and thank you for your active participation. I would like to hand over back to the organizers through the MC. Thank you very much. May you clap for yourselves.
Thank you so much, moderator. I would also like to thank all of us who are still attentive up to this time. Thank you so much, Honorable, for the keynote speech. Mine is just to say that to be proactive, as you stated it, you'll be surprised that all of us are Arsenal supporters. So we would go to Kawempe right now and begin the mobilization and doing work right away. Before even the president sees it, we're already on the media. So my work here is just short as to invite Dr. Chimera to take us to the next session. We have only one session, and that will be the next session which Chimera is going to lead us. And after that, we shall close
today's session. Thank you so much. Let's give applause to Dr. Chimera.
Yeah, thanks very much. Honorable Silas, also allow me to register my sincere appreciation to you for work well done.
Thank you.
Secondly, I want also to appreciate you for being a man of your words. Last time when we met and had an engagement at Uganda Theatre, you seriously promised that I will really attend. And indeed you have come to attend. You have not just only attended, but you have given us something very important. Beginning of our end. And what we are left now is mainly to come up with the action points. What is the take home? What are the commitments? What commitments are you coming up with? Okay. And after that, I will ask this gathering to name office bearers who will work very hard with the Pan-African Club to push this agenda forward, okay, and in a more sustainable manner. So I want to ask the person to come and volunteer and be my secretary. This is very, very important. We are going with something which is tangible. So who can volunteer? Where?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks very much. You need to work out with somebody hand in hand. I think I need somebody to support, so that everything we say is well documented.
And maybe you give me one minute on it.
I have no problem. Okay, now think of the action points. What are we going out? I mean, as we leave, okay, what are our commitments?
So what I wanted to add is that after this event and gathering, because I know we are going to raise actionable points, let us work hard and prepare a motion to be delivered at the Parliament. Because for me, it will be useless for us to speak to ourselves. We need to speak when we raise these actionable points. We find a way of building it into a motion to be presented in the House by myself. So if the Speaker of Parliament gives me the opportunity on the order paper and they grant us a day that this will be the time for us to present this motion, I'll be requesting you, those who will be able to turn up in the House to listen to me deliver the what? The motion on the floor. Allow the members of Parliament to debate it, arrive at resolutions, because in that motion we shall attach prayers, what we want government to do. And if you look at Article 79 of the Constitution, Parliament of Uganda is mandated to do 4 things. One is legislation. Part of the problems here might be issues of law, either by introducing a new law or amending the existing laws. 2, the issue might be an issue of the budget. And therefore, the responsibility of Parliament is appropriation. So whatever we talk about here is all summarized into the work of what? Parliament. So the other issue might be an issue of accountability. That there are people who are not accountable to society. They are doing things with impunity. You do wrong things, then you bring SFC to guard your places because you don't want communities to explain. But Parliament is your mouthpiece. So that motion can help us. The last one is the representation. So ours is always to voice what the people are saying. So we represent those who cannot sit in Parliament because you elected us to represent you. I thank you and I am ready.
That means thank you very much. Okay. But by the way, I think my secretaries have taken note of that.
That's the very first actionable point which she has given us. And she has even said, she has opened the door for us to go to the parliament. She has already invited us. When she's making presentation, we shall definitely be there, backing her, and to cheer you up. Yeah.
I endorse the proposal tabled here by Honorable Silas, the Member of Parliament for Kumi Municipality. I also endorse his availability to personally be the one to present our motion on the floor of Parliament. Thank you so much. And I pledge on behalf of others that we shall be available to witness this great moment of our voice being heard directly on the floor of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oscar is our chairperson, Pan-African Club. Thank you. By the way, we have very limited time here. Okay? By 2, we must have closed. So please.
Thank you so much. I'd like to propose, as Honorable said, some 3 issues or points that we may consider. One, a point of law. We would like to suggest establishing of a disaster commission, because one of the effects of climate change and environmental degradation is the climate-related disasters that are affecting our people, especially the most vulnerable. And when we look at Article 249 of the Constitution, it commands that there shall be a disaster commission which shall ensure that there's a disaster preparedness and disaster management. But up to now, we don't have a disaster commission. Whenever there are disasters, like the flooding, you see the country in the downtown in Kampala and here in Bwaise and other like areas like in the Elgon sub-region, the office of the Prime Minister goes there to do response, but clearly there's no preparedness, and disaster commission will help with that effect because it's a point of law. The other point that I would like to suggest, as you said, yes, the other point related to that is the enactment of a disaster risk management law. Would propose a disaster risk management bill. At some point, the Parliament had, during the late Honorable Jacob Boranya, had proposed it, but from there it disappeared. A law in place is going to help to activate Uganda's disaster risk management plan of 2022 to have in place. So once we have a legal framework, it's going to help us to speak to the National Climate Change Act to prepare, which is in line with the disaster commission. Finally, one of the issues that came out from this conversation is the issue of us who are involved in litigation, you know, and environmental justice, is the issue of case backlog. You find that, for example, someone files a case today and it takes years, yet we know that the environment and climate change issues are time-bound. Public interest litigation, as per Article 50 of the Constitution. Litigation. Now, what we would like to propose is establish an environmental court division which can help to expedite court environmental cases. Because what we have right now, if you are going to file a case, you have to go to the Uganda Civil Division. Now, the Uganda Civil Division has many cases, over 1,000 plus cases. And finally, the case takes long. But like in Kenya, they have an environmental court division that will file a case, and within 6 months or 1 year, the case is disposed of. So let's propose through you, Honorable, that we have an environmental court division in Uganda, which will offer specialized, environmental training for the judges to hear and expedite these environmental cases. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Those are very important issues or proposals to our parliament. And they are being taken care of. I appreciate. Somebody should help me to
the reason.
Okay. Be very brief. I want to give many people opportunities to say
Thank you. My name is Sevuguza Spat, youth leader in Kawempe. My proposal is we should, I'm proposing we make a petition to take it to Parliament. That petition will be signed with all youth in Kawempe. So that is my proposal.
Yeah, he's talking of a serious petition in this particular matter. That is taken note of. Thank you. Petition.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Stephen Ataga from Benjamin. Like the Lord Mayor talked about activation of the district environmental coordination committees, natural resources and environment committees. Probably this should happen across the country, not only Kampala, because we're seeing degradation happening all over, wherever you go in the country.
Yeah, thanks very much. I welcome you, Mr. Tenywa Gerard. I'm happy to see you. Thank you for honoring this conference. Okay, another person. We are not actionable points. Of. He wants you to make a summary of that so that he can get
the division mayor talked about the district natural resources and environmental coordination committees, which are provided from under the NEMA Act, Section 27. They should be activated all over the country. Not only
so we propose.
No problem with funding.
Funding, okay. Funding. Yeah, it's already a government policy, but it will demand funding. Okay, I'm left with about 3.
Thank you, everyone. My proposal is we can come up with environmental social movement as a way of creating awareness in Kawempe division. Thank you.
An environmental group or movement to cause more awareness, to do something and to be seen that people of Kawempe are seriously fighting for their survival as they fight against pollution. That's taken. Okay.
Maybe I can
now we are moving
on to one. Why can't we organize ourselves as a PAC and we seek for a joint monitoring with various stakeholders? In this, I would pick out NEMA. I would pick out the local leaders at division and other lower local government level, where these industries are. I know there are many, but we can do it on a rolling basis to understand the status quo. We might be saying pollution, but the pollution is not coming from those industries. To understand and document, and those are the things that are going to inform the position paper that we are going to do, because it has to be evidence-based, not on hearsays. I propose that. Then also it is important, they talked about the social movement. Why can't we have, Honorable said we should have more of these, but they have cost implications. But we can organize virtually, we can organize in unconventional ways. We meet and discuss evidences in our local areas. We can have maybe monthly Twitter talk shows, something like that. On Twitter, I see TikTok. When I mention of TikTok that I'm on TikTok, people say that TikTok is for girls, but that is a perception. We see the biggest mobilization across the country is on TikTok. The biggest. I don't know if you know it. The Chivozi Vozi. Who has ever heard of Chivozi Vozi? By Bruno. Bruno, okay? Like last night I checked, there is a time they hit 8,900 people. You know the influence it has? A global influence. So we can use these platforms. If they say it's for slayers, then for us let us turn it into good to have
issues that matter to our development.
Thank you. I want to
Those
ask
two.
you, can you make a recap of the first point for
The first point is joint monitoring.
joint monitoring?
Joint monitoring.
So I'll now lead my team of UPF Bosch, the members of parliament, and you see the cameras will run because for them, where politicians go, they follow. So the story will be flying up there. We will parade ourselves around Kawempe, not for politics, but for meaningful action, to see what is happening on the ground.
One Oscar, I think we are taking that seriously.
Yes.
That we have a monitoring, we joined the monitoring team of NEMA, and he has made an offer that the parliamentary team will join. See what is happening, and that will attract the attention of the media.
So, excuse me, doctor. It's not the monitoring team of NEMA. It is us. It has to be citizen driven. We organize and we invited them. Citizen led.
Yeah, we organize and
invited them.
NEMA people have to be there.
Yes.
The issue is about us having different sectors represented. Now, because of the mergers and whatever, let us have Ministry of Water, let us have NEMA, let us have KCCA, let us have Parliament, but let the citizens what? Lead. I think that is very okay.
Yeah, that's very much exciting. I want to stop that discussion at that point.
One last one, please. It had jumped. It is something that has been dragging, I think, for more than 12 years now, the water policy. It was ready. They asked for the development of the financing strategy. It was done. So far, 2 times been read in the cabinet. And at least I might say that in our working groups, there are resources to facilitate the water policy and the sub-technical. So at your level, we request if you could follow up. Thank you.
Action should be captured. Because that one now will be my duty, because I'm in the house, to ask during the Prime Minister's question time for them to tell us as Parliament what they are doing about the water policy and why it is taking time to come off the ground. The government should tell us what is wrong and they should act, because we depend on it for future action and even now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for those actionable points. This is my serious suggestion, or ruling, so to say, that you may have many others. We are going to give you an address of the Pan-African Club. You can write and send, actually you have the WhatsApp group, okay? I will ask the coordinator to give you the WhatsApp group, WhatsApp group, the number, and even the email, so that we want as many as possible, and we shall have a technical team of Pan-African Club to look through and seize and get the best out of us. But I don't want you to leave without signing somewhere, because your signatures matter a lot as far as this is concerned. Very finally, want to have a team, leader, a team from you, I mean the office bearers. We are going to elect the chairperson, the vice chairperson, the secretary, the vice secretary, the treasurer, and committee members.
Did you say you have to form a WhatsApp group or something?
No, we maybe, I mean, we have Pan-African Club. They will give the WhatsApp group number, so that everybody here
can belong,
is connected and log.
Because I'm even thinking,
there is already one, but we are going to post it.
Kawepe can be the model, but it's around Kampala and Wakiso. We need all the youth who are serious on issues of environment to belong to at least a WhatsApp forum that talks about issues of what? Environment. You report on issues within your community, then we act based on that. I think it will be a beautiful thing. I'm just overthinking today because I'm here.
Yeah, I think that's very, very important. And we are going to seriously take it on. By the way, out of this, many opportunities are going to open up. Like when I was talking to the Honorable Member of Parliament, he seriously invited us to go to his region, Teso, and talk much more about environmental degradation and how that can be fought.
I think that's an opportunity. So we may travel to different parts of Uganda, taking this gospel of environmental protection, of climate justice. Why not? Through the parliament, and you can help us organize transport. That is easy.
I have a coaster, I have the fuel.
Very good.
And that capacity is 28. How many people are here? There are few. We go. Can I tell you, sir? In Ikumi, they have given us new roads. There's what we call the green belt. We need to bring it with the nice flowers, nice grass, beautiful trees. I don't know what else we can include. So we will go there, we package our action after speaking to the administration down there and to the people. Then we say, today we are taking action to do this, to beautify the what? The town. In our names as Pan Africa Club and the youth of this area.
So Kawempe is going to become the program. Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Okay, give me the name. I mean, you can even stand up and say, yes, I want to be the chairperson of this, of this agenda, driving the agenda forward. Or you can propose any person. Let us be fast. I have seen leaders already here. I'm not going to ask anybody to stand. I want this to come from you. Be very proactive. Proactive and productive. Very good.
I would love to propose a name of a youth leader, an active one, a great environment activist, Prince Saremo.
Can you stand up to be recognized? Anybody in opposition? Anybody in opposition? So we, are you opposed? Somebody else.
Me, I would like to propose my leader, my regional leader, Council Sevuguzi Ospat, be leading this.
Sevuguzi, can you stand up? Okay, that one is Sevuguzi. I close nominations. Now, those in favor of Prince Talimwa, your hands up. Prince Talimwa. Please helping me to vote. Please do count for me. Prince Kadima. Your hands up. How many of those? 25. Good. Okay. Mr. Sevuguzi. Those in favor of Mr. Sevuguzi. Now we wait on the CTV. We're on the CTV. 15. So democratically, you are the chairperson. Can you stand up, please? I have been advised that Mr. Sevuguzi got very many votes as well. Why does he become a deputy? So that everybody goes away happy. Now, we have chairperson, then the deputy, and we go to the secretary. This one is very important. You must know how to write, and to write what they call English. Now I have been seriously advised to be gender sensitive, that this particular post, let us give it to a lady. Well, she has a very important, she has another function actually. She's a director. She's a director. So we don't want to have conflict of interest. Okay. I think that tell us who you are. Stand up and tell us who you are.
Sache is my name, and I'm nominating myself for the secretarial position. I'm working with Toke as a planning and strategic officer.
Thank you. Are you happy with her? She's very courageous and said yes, she can make a very good secretary. Nomination closed, you have passed. Okay, so she's our secretary. Now we go to the treasurer. Treasurer will work very seriously with Pan-African Club to ensure that our finances which come for this particular cause go for a noble cause.
Thank you very much. Since we have 2 men, I nominate Karundi from Central. I nominate Kalonji from Central. Kampala Central. Finance.
Finance. Treasurer, yeah, treasurer for treasurer. Kalonji, where is Kalonji? Can you please stand up? Another opportunity for us to be gender sensitive. Yeah, that she can handle our financial matters very well. Secretariat, I want to be advised. Okay? Is there any person opposing her name? Are we happy with her? Yes. No, let me ask her. Where are you working and who are you? Who are you and where are you working?
My name is Karonji Rukaiya. I'm a farmer. I deal in goats and farming. I'm also an administrator. I work with Fairway Hotel. Yeah, I also have a circle. Maybe that's where he got interested in money. Thank you.
She's another person who is financially stable. Okay? If she is financially stable, can be trusted. So, we take her name. Yeah. And finally, very final, I think, if I listen as a office, we need at least, I want to get by John. How many members, committee members? Yes. Hey, okay. So 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Okay, very good. At least let us do 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies. And by the way, when you come on this committee, things may change. You may get another position. And we are building up something very big. You will never know. Come again. Okay. If that's, I had advised me on publicity. That one will let me come later. Yeah, I appreciate. Now for the committee members. Committee members.
I'm Sevagala Fahim Tony. I want to be a committee member. Yeah. I'm Sevagala Tony Fahim. I want to be a committee member. I'm an interior designer by profession, a youth activist, a youth leader. So I want to be a committee member if you wish me to be.
Stand up. Are you happy with him, the first man? Okay. You're taking it. Another one.
Good afternoon to us all. Secretary Muzaffar is my name. I'm a youth leader. Me too, I'm nominating myself as a committee member because I've been working with PAC. We have been doing a lot of activities, and I'm sure that I'll be the right person to guide these new leaders on that committee. Thank you so much.
So I don't think that a Pan-African would like to vet you. Okay, we accept him anyway. So now we are going to ladies. We need 2 ladies. Stand up. There is already.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tushare Sandra, and I would like to nominate Allen Babazi for the female committee member. Allen is here. She should talk about her. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mbawaz Allen, and I'm the Secretary for Female Affairs on the National Youth Council, representing Soro, and I want to be a committee member.
Do you want to cast any doubt on what she has said? Please, I congratulate you. You are congratulated. Now we are left with one female leader. Where? Please help me.
Yes, a very good afternoon to us all. Once again, I'm Nava Transmisa, a social worker and a youth leader from Kawempe and a member of Pan-African Club. And I've been on the old committee, so I'm not far away from my colleague Muzafaru. I am able and willing as a foot soldier not to put down the tools to continue as a member of the committee and as well guiding on the new members on the team. Thank you so much.
As she positioned herself very well. Okay, thank you. We have taken you on. We appreciate. And by the way, those members who come here, I want to officially show them to everybody. Now, very finally, I have been advised that there is a gap in the office bearers. So on this particular thing, platform we are trying to build, we must have a publicity secretary. Want to take on the what? The information, to bring the information and deliver. To do advocacy role. I don't mind even if you suggest your own name or you suggest somebody else. Please let us be quick and please.
I propose our female youth councillor.
We are also tired. Can you stand up? Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Nambo Zehaula, female youth councillor, Kawempe Division. I'm also a dance artist and choreographer. Yes, don't act surprised.
Thanks very much. So, nomination and elections and what are closed. Can you please, office bearers, come here? We want to see you when you are with me, and we shall take a picture. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Secretary, Treasurer, committee members, and Publicity Secretary. Yeah, come and have a photo with him. And before we leave outside, we shall have a photo with our Honorable Member of Parliament. So, Chairperson, Pan-African Club, this is a special group mandated by this conference to ensure that the action points are really actionable. That we put this into, we translate what we have said here into something real and concrete. This is it. So once again, you are going to say your name and the position you are already in. So now, I close this particular session.
I'm Nambo Zehaula, publicity for this lovely committee.
I'm Seva Galatoni Fahim, a committee member.
I'm Sevukuzo Spat, vice chairperson.
My name is Taremwa Prince, the chairperson of the committee.
Mbabaz Ale, committee member.
Sache Anna, secretary. Arendil Kailia, treasurer.
Transmisa, committee member.
Searching to Muzafaru, committee member.
Congratulations, all the best. I will be talking to you more and trying to make and do mentoring. Thank you. Coordinator.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. We almost coming to the conclusion. My role here is very simple, and that is to invite Mr. Mulisa Emmanuel, who is standing in for the Honorable MP, who was not able to come. Let me give a few remarks about Emmanuel. That he's a member of the Climate Change Mitigation Working Group for Uganda, and is part of the negotiators for Uganda in the UN
CCC processes. Is also a board chairperson of the Youth Climate Council, and then also clean energy expert at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and the coordinator at Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, and a member of the Strategic Advisory Committee for Climate Finance and Alternative Financing for SDGs under the Office of the Prime Minister. Please, let's have a hand of applause as we invite Mr. Mulisa to have the closing remarks. Hey, I know I am standing in between lunch and departure, but I'll be very brief. I know you've already listened to so very much and you're already saturated. Me, I'll only focus on two things. But before that, forget whatever he has read and just remember that I'm here on behalf of Honorable Kanyesi Jemase, who wanted to be here with you today. But unfortunately, there was another engagement very far in Western Uganda in Goshen, so she couldn't be in two locations at the same time. But I've seen there is been elected leadership to support the coordination of this work. So I think through that leadership, we shall engage even much more further. I am here to represent her as her coordinator in the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. It is a caucus of youth members of parliament and youthful members of parliament. Honorable Cyrus Ogon is one of our members, and so many other members of parliament, but mostly all the youth MPs, like you had Honorable Mwine here earlier, belong to that forum. So since the room is largely youthful, on top of what Honorable Cyrus Ogon has already committed, we also, as the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, want to commit to support for when the agenda will be brought through Honorable Cyrus Ogon on the floor of Parliament, whatever conversation, whatever, we shall also coordinate each other in the coordinate the members of Parliament in the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs to support that kind of legislation or whatever has to be pushed as the Pan-African Club. Like I promised, I'll speak about only two things. Number one, which is on whether there is a synergy between your passion as environmentalists, as what else? Climate change advocates, climate justice advocates. There are so many things we usually brand ourselves with when we are in this fight. Pardon? Environmental defenders. Yeah. Is there a synergy between the work we do and creating employment? What we usually term as green jobs? Yes. I wanted to delve deeper into that subject, but because of time, I couldn't. But I'm just going to highlight three things. One, for so many of you that are in waste management, there are different kinds of waste. As we speak, internationally, the Global Plastics Treaty is yet to be finalized by all countries, by many countries. That Global Plastics Treaty puts producers, makes producers have a greater responsibility. For so many of you, I saw a friend of mine, I don't know where she went, who is in plastic waste collection, etc., sorting. This is a big opportunity. What that treaty means is that for many of you that are in waste collection, especially around plastics, you can easily collect this waste and sell it back to the producer. That's a job opportunity, right? You could employ waste pickers. I know Kawempe also has a lot of waste that is generated due to the large population. So because of that Global Plastics Treaty, there is a very big opportunity. So those are jobs coming up. So you could collect that waste and sell it back to the producers, because that treaty puts a lot of responsibility on the producers, unless they recycle or they ensure there are other alternatives that are reusable. Two, in the clean energy area, I was happy when I listened to the Lord Mayor say he already uses briquettes. There are so many clean energy options. We are trying to transition away, and you as environmentalists that are trying to conserve our forests and ecosystems,
we need to brace ourselves and be the first people to create jobs in line with clean energy options. We have briquettes. You could always create your own initiative as the people represented here and produce briquettes. You could write, they already mentioned that I'm also a clean energy expert in the Ministry of Energy. You could write to the Ministry of Energy and say, come and train us to make the right standard briquettes that we can sell and make money. Because where we are headed, the usage of charcoal and firewood is reducing and reducing and reducing even greatly. So what does that mean? Will people stop eating or cooking? No, there are other alternatives. The organic waste that is generated could be also used to generate bioethanol. I don't know whether there are farmers in Kawempe, because Kawempe is largely urban. There are not so many farmers. But for some of you that have farms in your, maybe you just live and work in Kawempe, but you have another ancestral home somewhere and you're a farmer. I heard my sister Karunji say she's a farmer. I don't think she's a farmer in Kampala. I think she's a farmer somewhere else. Not so? Yes, yes, I know her farm. So, that's Hoima. So, well, wherever you have your farm, there's an opportunity in bioethanol. Did you know that we are, as a country, we are moving towards fuel blending? What is required is bioethanol, which comes from your maize, your cassava that you grow in the village. Those days you used to struggle selling the maize and the cassava. Now, companies that used to manufacture ethanol for sanitizer, for waraji, now are looking for that ethanol, which is used in fuel blending. Did you know that cars now are no longer going to run on 100% petrol or diesel? At the moment in Uganda, we have approved a standard, the E5 standard. So that means where we are headed, whichever car you drive, will be 95% petrol, diesel, but 5% blended with bioethanol. Where does bioethanol come from? From your farms. There is so much opportunity, so I wanted to shed some light on that nexus between the work you're doing as environmentalists and the ability for it to create jobs. I can speak over and over again, but I know there's not so much time. Secondly, and lastly, I know it has been highlighted on the duty of the state and all that, but I want to speak very briefly on your duty as individuals. Very many times we demand, government this, government there's this law, etc. But I know you do so many initiatives that the government doesn't even know about. And yet, the government needs to quantify some of those initiatives and report them in what we call our nationally determined contributions. As a country, we subscribe to so many international commitments. So we must also work around reducing emissions, etc., etc. So even if as a group here, or as an initiative, or as a grassroots movement, you plant, even if it's just 100 trees, please write to the government and inform it that you, as a Pan-African Club, you've planted 100 trees in the months between March to April, right? Don't always just keep quiet. Why? Because that contribution is very important in us as a country meeting our international commitments and our national commitments, right? Even if you've perhaps started the unimproved cook stove making as artisans, you've established a cook stove making plant somewhere in Kawempe, and you're employing people. Report and say, for us, we are employing 4 youth, and this is what we are doing. Write to government. Before you come to demand, at least put on the table, write to the Lord Mayor, write to the Ministry of Water and Environment. That is how your work is recognized. It does not only stop, yes, at bettering the community, but report, such that the next time you come to hold the government accountable, you put your reports on the table. You see, in the month of April, we wrote to you. This is what we reported on that we are doing. In the month of August, this is what we had done. In the month of December, that time, this is what we have done. As long as you've written, you can say, this has been our contribution. Therefore, we are demanding that because of our contribution, and because these are the recommendations we have generated from the work we have done, please, government, please, members of parliament, ensure that you help us in this and this manner, because we have already been on the move and this is what we are doing. My point exactly is, report what you're doing, not just to perhaps funders, etc., but to government, to your town clerk, right, to the Ministry of Water, to NEMA, right. The next time you come out, put your reports online and say we demand better, because in the past 2 years we've been doing this, but we have not been helped enough. We feel that if we are helped enough with this legislation, with this budget appropriation, with this committee establishment, that is how we shall move forward. Lastly, my brother here, Robert, they have done great work. He highlighted a lot of committees that are coming up. Maybe some of you could serve on those committees, right? Maybe some of you could serve on those districts, natural resources committees, right? Because many people who are not perhaps seated in this room did not know that there's a legislation that provides for that. Maybe for you, that is where you start from and go to the town clerk and say, this has to be established. We want to represent the youth voices or the community-based organizations in this pattern. Otherwise, I know we are already late and I came at a very late time. I apologize, but I hope you've picked one or two things from my submissions. I thank you all, and we continue to commit to working with you on behalf of Honorable Masekanisite. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Manuel. Please, we are going to take photos. We'll take photos outside there. And you come back here for your facilitation. Please let me request our accountant to stand up for recognition. You just come to him, Mr. Anguyo. That's the gentleman. He will be the one responsible for your transport refund. But for now, let us go outside for photo shoot as we come to the end of our session. For the new committee, please write my number. We're going to have the WhatsApp group. Write my number, 07